Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome and a wonderful morning. Please take your seats. There are still plenty of seats available. Well, today, as every year, we are meeting here in November for the Symposium on the EU Construction Products Regulation. This is every year a highlight in my calendar, and I'm very pleased to see so many experts here among us. It is very nice to have this in-presence meeting here. This is a hybrid symposium, which means that apart from the people present here, we also have a large number of interested people who are watching digitally online. So this is a symposium in which we would like to make it possible for you to ask questions, which we then will hopefully be able to answer. So lovely to have you here, and Dirk Scheinemann, my Director General, will now say a few words of welcome to you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to everybody here in Berlin and in front of the screens. So I would like to warmly welcome you to the 14th Symposium on the EU Construction Products Regulation. I have some technical problems, I must say. Some problems with the sound. So maybe I could get some technical help. That would be good. Well, it seems to be better now. I hope you can all hear me. In particular, I would like to welcome Ms. Katharina Knapton-Vierlich from the EU Commission, who recently took over as head of division and who is now responsible for the construction products regulation. She's the successor of Ms. Fulvia Raffaelli. I would also like to welcome Ms. Václava Oldeslova from the Czech Republic, head of the division on construction products there, and also Mr. Lars Arell, head of the Swedish delegation in the Council Working Group. These colleagues will inform us about the work of the current and the next EU presidency. This year's symposium is taking place for the third time at the Umweltforum in Berlin and for the third time as a hybrid conference. We are particularly pleased to have participants on the ground in Berlin, and we're also very happy to have so many participants digitally in front of the screens. I hope the technology will be stable. Since May, I've been Director General for Building Policy, the construction industry and federal buildings at the Federal Ministry for Housing, Urban Development and Building. Before that, I worked at the State Court of Audit of the Federal State of Baden-Württemberg, working in the field of investment support program, large-scale building projects, and publicly subsidized building projects. I'm a civil engineer by training. Well, now I would like to say a few words on the challenges that we are confronting in the field of climate change. The 20th legislative period in Germany led to a change in government. The coalition parties agreed on a very ambitious coalition treaty, and for the first time since 1998 we now have an independent building ministry. The government had only just started its work when the political situation in the world dramatically changed as a result of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. The impact on civil society, on global economy, on the global economy, on energy supply has been very serious. My remarks, I will limit myself to describing the impact on the construction sector value chain. The supply chain problems that we had observed during the corona pandemic seem to be solved. The construction and housing industry was stronger after the crisis than before. But now this crisis, this war, leads to a lot of challenges for us. This horrific war in Europe, skilled labor shortage, lack of resources, and so on. The federal government has sent out an important signal and will ease the burden on citizens. This protection shield will also help the construction and housing sector, which is struggling with enormous material and construction prices as a result of the high energy prices. This is important in particular for those companies whose liquidity is at risk. Ladies and gentlemen, what are the tasks and objectives of the coalition agreement that the new Federal Ministry for Housing, Urban Development and Building has to confront? What are our main challenges and what have we already initiated? Well, the first aspect regards resource saving and climate change. As in other energy-intensive sectors of industry, we also have to change our course and decarbonize construction products and construction materials, mitigating the consequences of climate change, introducing circularity, mainstreaming sustainable construction everywhere. These are only some of the topics on the German and European political agenda. This leads to new requirements for construction materials on their reusability or continuous use, but also new requirements with regard to digitalization and automatization. The construction of new buildings, the rehabilitation and modernization of existing buildings have to go hand in hand with climate action. The Federal Building Ministry is working on making sure that greenhouse gas emissions during the life cycle of buildings are becoming a more and more important value for planning and approval. By formulating requirements for greenhouse gas emissions that are neutral in terms of the materials and technology used, stakeholders are nevertheless meant to remain free in their decision. Circularity and resource efficiency are also aspects that have to move more into our focus, because the topic of circularity plays a considerable role when it comes to protecting natural resources. Circularity, however, is more than just material recycling or the dismantling of buildings, but it starts at a very early stage during planning, when it is determined whether and how resources are to be saved during construction and how long-lived buildings can be constructed that allow for flexible use and reuse. The legal framework conditions for this have to be scrutinized and possible obstacles have to be removed. Because one thing is clear, with 35% of waste in the European Union coming from the building sector, we cannot continue in this way. Thus, with the federal aid program for efficient housing, we created the new quality label for sustainable construction, and with this we promote sustainable building via the general federal aid program for the first time for a large target group. And an important component of this quality label is proof of greenhouse emissions throughout the whole life cycle of a building. The coalition agreement also provides for the introduction of a digital building resources passport, which also requires a recast of the energy performance certificate. But before we can initiate legislative considerations regarding a building resources passport and possibly linking this to the energy performance certificate, we first have to wait and see what the requirements for the European energy performance certificate will look like. Only then can we decide on our national requirements. One thing is clear, the building sector has to make a major contribution to climate action. About 40% of worldwide CO2 emissions come from the construction sector and from building. The Federal Climate Change Act that entered into force in 2019 and was amended in 2021 lays down that in 2030 only 67 million tons CO2 may be emitted, and for 2045 Germany as a whole is supposed to be climate neutral. This means that Germany, as a big industrialized nation in Europe, will have to undergo major transitional processes while at the same time remaining competitive globally. And one thing is also clear, we cannot have this ecological and economical transition at zero cost. To make sure that the building sector will be climate neutral in 2045, we have to embark on a challenging and expensive way. But it will become even more expensive for us and for future generations if we now don't embark on this path of climate action. And I also want to talk about the Alliance for Affordable Housing. In its coalition agreement, the federal government set itself very ambitious targets, namely to create sufficient housing and to make sure that housing and construction remains affordable, climate neutral and accessible. The coalition has also agreed to get the housing market moving and to create affordable and climate neutral housing. The plan is to build 400,000 housing units per year, 100,000 out of them publicly subsidized. We see the difficult framework conditions for that, but see no reason to not pursue this aim, because it also remains true that there will be a continuous need for additional housing. The Alliance for Affordable Housing explained 2 weeks ago how 400,000 housing units can be built every year. It presented a package of messages that improves the investment conditions and removes obstacles. Issues on which those involved in this alliance worked in the last few months include, for example, the climate-adjusted use of resources, simplified administrative procedures in the planning and construction process, and limiting the rise of construction costs, and also incentives for investments. Of course, I also want to speak on the main topic of the symposium, namely the EU construction products regulation, and here again I would like to highlight the objectives of the Federal Ministry of Housing, Urban Development of Building. The draft of the EU Commission was tabled on the 30th of March 2022, and the negotiations in the Council and the EU Parliament are gaining momentum. Today's event is meant to offer room for sharing opinions, sharing experience, be it as a result of following the presentations or during the discussions. With the draft regulation, the EU Commission presented a very good basis for the symposium. Ms. Knapton-Vierlich, I would like to thank you and your colleagues for the hard work that you've put in. The time of intensive discussions has begun, and finalizing this draft will certainly occupy us for some time to come before the EU Parliament, the Council and the EU Commission will be able to agree on a version that meets with general approval. Ambitious requirements regarding climate action and environmental aspects of construction products must now be brought in line with practical implementability and with economic aspects. Building and housing must remain affordable for all also in future. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I would like to wish this symposium every success, and I would like to wish you stimulating and interesting discussions and a stimulating day. I would like to pass on the floor to Mr. Menzer now, who will guide you through this day and through the program. Thank you very much. Well, thank you, Mr. Scheinemann, for this short overview of the political objectives that we defined for our new Ministry for Building and that we are working on during the life of this Parliament. So this is a very ambitious program. So on the topic of the European Construction Products Regulation, well, we are in a very good situation that the Commission, as you said, Mr. Scheinemann, has presented this new draft. The discussions on this draft have already been started in many channels. It is a very interesting topic. It is a regulation that is currently being discussed in the Council working groups. We have received a lot of comments and positions from the different trade associations. So many of those who commented are present here today among us, and therefore I'm very happy that Dr. Katharina Knapton-Vierlich is also here. Ms. Knapton-Vierlich has been head of the division since September 2022. She succeeded Ms. Raffaelli, I think you know that, but before that also she was head of division responsible for public procurement. It is also a topic that is very important for the building sector, and if I may say so, after many years of work in the Commission, Ms. Knapton-Vierlich now has reached a point where you are important for us. And that is why it was interesting for me to see that you also used to work in Berlin. As the saying goes, you too have a suitcase in Berlin. So, Ms. Knapton-Vierlich, you have the floor, and we look forward to what you want to tell us about the European perspective on this draft. So, please come to the rostrum here. Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for the friendly introduction. Those who don't understand German will now also have to listen to the English translation. Well, indeed, I have more than just one suitcase in Berlin. I share a flat with my daughter in the Berlin district of Friedenau, and it is an enormous honor and pleasure for me to be able to speak to you here. But I have not come above all to speak, but I've come to listen to you, to benefit from your trove of experience and from your expertise, because you all know, and Mr. Menzer and also the Director General pointed this out to you, I am the new person. For the last 6 weeks now, I've had the privilege to work together with a team of brilliant experts and specialists, and that is a very short period of time, in particular compared to your plethora of experience of centuries. And compared to that, I can probably not answer your questions, but I can take your questions home with me, and I can listen, and I can think about which questions I will then put to my colleagues. But when I accepted this invitation, I did not expect to know anybody here at all. And now, I must say that this is no longer true, because many of those whom I have met in the last 6 weeks, or whom I've met again, will also be here today and speak. So I must say that I already feel very much at home among you, so please don't kick me out, but please regard us as a family in which not everything is always harmonious, and so that you get to know me a little bit better. I also want to say a few words on myself. Well, indeed, I am a Berliner to the bottom of my heart, and therefore I'm a passionate European. Those of you who have never lived in a walled-in city can probably not imagine the impact this has on you. This has not narrowed down my outlook. On the contrary, it has made me an even stronger European. I knew that French, American, British soldiers protected me every day. My father helped unload aircraft during the Berlin airlift. The children from these countries were my schoolmates, and I am deeply sorry that one of these countries is no longer a member of the European Union. One of these countries, of course, was never able to join the EU. And therefore, during my professional life, I will always work for this ever closer union. This is more important today than it has been for a long time. And if this is too emotional, let me assure you that I will try to translate this into a practical European building policy, not only with regard to this new proposal of the construction products regulation, for which I was not responsible. Of course, I will defend it tooth and nail where the most important elements are questioned. But where things can be adjusted, and that is almost everywhere, there I'm prepared to listen to you. And altogether, together with my team, I want to make a major contribution towards making the construction sector fit for 2030, fit for 55. For this, we are currently developing our vision for the construction industry in the larger sense of the word, the transition pathways for the construction ecosystem, to the benefit of those who work in the construction sector and to the benefit of those who may or must live and work in the products or results of the construction sector. This job also gives me the opportunity to indulge in my own fascination with architecture. On the Berlin, where I grew up in, Scharoun, Bruno Taut, Mies van der Rohe, Sterling Hollein, Le Corbusier and others had left their mark on. My first flat was in a building built for the International Architecture Exhibition in the 1980s. The traditions of Bauhaus and German modernism is what we at the Commission strive to continue with the new European Bauhaus project. We want to promote modern, sustainable and humane architecture and building. Bauhaus pioneered the way, and we also want to be pioneers. But this does not only regard architecture, this also, and probably even more so, regards as to how we build, very practically speaking. Last week already I went to the Lion's Den and visited the Bauma exhibition. I had a lot of interesting talks there that gave me a first insight into the future of building and into the challenges of the next few years. To put it into 3 slogans, you all are aware of that, and also at the Bauma everybody knew it. The construction sector has to become more digital, the construction sector has to become more sustainable, and the construction sector needs people, apprentices, skilled workers, modern training.
Sie braucht auch diese Hälfte der Bevölkerung. Hier sind schon ein bisschen mehr Frauen als in München. Ich war noch nie in den letzten 10 Jahren irgendwo.
And in the last 10 years I've never dealt with a sector where there were so few women, and I believe this can and this must change.
Viele haben mir auch gesagt, und auch mein Vorredner hat es erwähnt,
well, this transition, however, cannot be achieved without the purchasing power of the public sector. Without the public sector, concrete will not become environment friendly. Without the public sector, electrical machines won't be competitive, and without the public sector, we will not achieve our climate targets. I therefore want to appeal to all those of you who are maybe also contracting public sector authorities to define your invitation to tender in a flexible, results-oriented way, allowing or even better, demanding innovation. We will all be grateful to the public contracting authorities. But, and this is probably what you would like to hear, we cannot do this without the construction sector. Without the private sector, we will not reach our climate objectives either.
Lassen Sie mich Ihnen jetzt also einen kleinen Überblick über unsere Ziele und deren Umsetzung geben. Ich werde Ihnen da nicht viel Neues erzählen. Und bitte, fragen Sie mich nicht hinterher zu Satz 2 von Absatz 1 von Artikel X. Ich kann die Frage dann nur mitnehmen. Ich stehe, wie gesagt,
But as I said, inevitably, I'm not yet an expert for every detail or every twist of the wording, and I'm not an expert yet for the smaller or minor targets expressed in the wording. So for me it is very important that for the time being we agree on the general objectives of the directive, so that together with the Council and the Parliament will shape the right regulation. And I believe that we have set the course for this with our draft. The legislator now have to decide on the final result. What is it that we want to achieve? Well, basically two things. The construction products regulation is the basis for fair competition on the internal market. So that is the original target. It allows every manufacturer that meets the standards and the requirements of the EU to market his or her products in the whole of the European Union without fearing to have to meet additional national requirements. This holds true for private construction projects and also for public construction projects. Secondly, the construction products regulation, that is our recast, implements our climate targets for construction projects and with that for all building projects in the future. Its objective is sustainable building. So these are the two sides of the coin, construction products regulation. For me, one side cannot be without the other. Without a fair Europe-wide competition, we will not cope with the challenges of the future, because we need the ideas and the solutions of all our international brains, be they German, French or Spanish. And I saw a lot of things last week in Munich. The construction products regulation guarantees a level playing field, it guarantees stable and predictable market conditions, thanks to its uniform terminology, the common technical language. With that, it makes the big investments possible that are necessary in order to modernize the construction industry in the next few years. At the same time, however, we also have to ensure that sustainability will not lead to greenwashing and that sustainability will not be at the expense of building safety. We are very ambitious. The new draft is much more ambitious than its predecessor, despite the fact that we cannot really say that the predecessor was so extremely successful in its implementation. It is ambitious, first of all, insofar as it promises to keep the promises of the first construction products regulation, which this one didn't fulfill. And it wants to do this, first of all, with the help of a clear definition of the harmonized zone on the basis of the existing case law. And secondly, the draft contains a number of rules that aim at facilitating the implementation of the regulation and at avoiding a blockade of the system with a safety net and double floor. Where standards do not comply with minimum requirements, the Commission can complement them. Where they are not developed at all, the Commission can come in. The Commission has these two rights only in exceptional cases under, to our mind, clearly defined circumstances and only together with all Member States. Nevertheless, despite all this, so far at least, the Member States in the Council are not convinced that this makes sense and that we will need a safety net and double floor in future. We are also proposing a much improved market surveillance, for example, with minimum requirements regarding staff numbers. Again, Member States are not convinced, at least until now. Market surveillance is a national prerogative. We, however, believe that any harmonized standard is useful only if compliance with it is monitored effectively and efficiently, and we are still far short of this today. Furthermore, we are adapting the scope of the regulation to the 21st century. At least that's what we believe. And we want to cover 3D printing, pseudo-products and other things. Again, even on this point, I have heard some criticism today. I hope you can hear that at least I'm listening. And now I seem to have deleted the remainder of my manuscript when I enlarged the font size. Well, great.
So this brings me in a difficult situation, because I have to try to reconstruct what I wanted to say and to memorize it. So far I have not yet talked about sustainability, which is the second pillar of the new and revised CPR. Our proposal is to integrate the eco-design regulation in the Construction Products Directive. We think that this is essential. In particular, parts of the civil society see it differently. They would like to see it all in the eco-design regulation, but we think that standardization is the right way also for these requirements, because it brings together the experts, because it allows for a prioritization that will never take place under the eco-design regulation, which is more focused on consumers' interests. Concrete and steel will not be on the priority list under the eco-design regulation. And we think that it is my activist daughter sometimes says, do you know, we do not really trust the state, the government and the European Union, but we trust them more than we trust the industry. This is not true for us. We think that the construction industry, together with us and with the mandates that we are going to write, will be able to implement sustainability requirements more effectively and more swiftly than a system such as the one that is provided for under the eco-design regulation. And we think that this is the right course which we need to pursue. And of course, this makes matters very complex, in particular since in the legislative procedure, we have to negotiate the eco-design regulation and the CPR regulation at the same time. And many proposals have been taken over directly, and we must make sure that both regulations tally. And what we promise is that in the future there will be no standards without taking into account the ecological requirements that are provided for in the regulation. There will be no standards without ecological requirements in the future. So we must live up to our challenges, both with regard to sustainability and the environment and with regard to the internal market. And if you say there are problems, there are issues, then speak up and then we will discuss it. We will discuss the issues also together with the Council and with the parliamentarians. And at the end of the day, I am sure we will have a construction products regulation which meets the challenges of the future.
Ja, Frau Knapton.
Well, Ms. Knapton-Vierlich, I think nobody wishes that this is something that nobody wants to see, that the manuscript suddenly disappears, but you've mastered the situation very well. We received the offer by Ms. Knapton-Vierlich that she will listen to what we have to say, that she will take home with her what we are saying here and also the questions that we may ask here. And therefore, I would like to open up the discussion here in our hall here and also online. And so my question is, who would like to ask a question regarding the overriding objectives of the CPR? So, well, I would like to congratulate you on your speech. You said that you've been in your office for 8 weeks now, but you seem to be very familiar with the topic already. So I know from experience that it takes quite a long time to get to know all the details of this topic. So who would like to ask a question? Mr. Schäfer. But there's no translation without micro. So we need the microphone for translation. Well, from the Federal Association of Building Materials. You said the second dimension is sustainability. My question is, how do you want to bring this into line with the time schedule of the new CPR, namely that the latest standards, the last standards are to be available until 2045? And so my question is it really clever to make all the standards new, or shouldn't we try and update the current standards that we have, and then try and integrate the sustainability requirements into the existing standards? Because if we adopt and pass these standards in a new until 45, then this will be too late. Yes, I can say something, because this is something that I wanted to say originally, and which was deleted with my part of my manuscript. And this has to do with the CPR key process. We are working together very closely with the member states, with the organizations, with industry, and so on, because currently there is a blockade under the current CPR. We want to break this blockade. We want to create new mandates and standards that could then be translated into the new CPR. So, well, this means we try to adopt the new CPR now already in order to make it easier to translate it then later on once it will have been adopted. And that is our process now. We have defined the list of priorities together with the member states, the priorities with which we want to start. And I think the work has started very well, with Mr. Schäfer shaking his head, so it doesn't seem to work well in his eyes. But maybe this is an opportunity for you to tell me where things should go differently. Well, Ms. Vierlich, we also have a lunch break, and maybe you could also have some discussions over lunch. But I would like to have some more questions here. Mr. Van Schewick and then Mr. Zimmermann, please. Yes, thank you. Dr. Knapton-Vierlich, there are also advantages if you enter into such a process from the outside, as you have done. So I would like to hear from you, what were your first impressions? Where do you feel that there have been problems with the communication? I think all of us here in this room have been concerned with legislation in this field for a long time already. So therefore, your outside view would be very interesting for all of us here and also online. Well, it's not completely an outside view. I'm convinced that all my staff members are highly professional, that they are very well versed in this area, and that they know what they do, that they've been doing this for such a long time that sometimes it is probably a little difficult to look beyond one's own horizon. It could be true, but I started off with a lot of very, very good, highly qualified specialists. So maybe not really specialists for a really vast and comprehensive draft. So maybe there's too much detail in there. And so I was in my new job for 2 days, and then I already had to take part in the council working group. And I had people sitting to both of my sides who assisted me. But of course, I had to present my position. I had to form an opinion very quickly as to what I felt would make sense. But I think with my team, and of course, adding new staff members is not really possible, as is always the case in the public sector. So that with my team and with all of you, listening to all of you, maybe things haven't been perfect so far, or weren't perfect in the past. Things will never be perfect, but we will learn from each other. So what I can promise to you is that I will listen to you, that I take home what you are going to tell me, and that we will together then see what we can do out of it. Well, one last question, Mr. Zimmermann, and here I, well, my last question. So, Dr. Knapton-Vierlich, I would like to congratulate you on your new job. This is quite a challenge. I'm Horst Zimmermann. I'm a member of the Working Group 1, and I'm also a managing director of a notified body. And we sell construction projects to the tune of 8 billion euros on the European market. So we are well established on the market. We have a problem, namely that the fundamental things have not been addressed. We have a political agenda which we fully support: sustainability, recyclability, no doubt about that. It's very clear. But I have a very urgent demand that I would like to make to you. Please also look after those things that have caused this blockade. This is this very strict system of technical specifications. So, for example, we have manufacturers, and these are not the big manufacturers, but these are mostly the innovative, medium-sized manufacturers that deliver into a couple of countries. And here we have a problem of transparency. We have technical specifications that are so complicated that companies develop strategies to circumvent them. They are not often not rational, but these are technical specifications that are not very rational, but cater for specific markets. So just one example, James Elliott, that is much too restrictive. No solutions are possible, and I've appealed for a couple of times already. I'm not a dreamer, but I would like to ask you, please look at whether standards really have to be legal documents, because that means technicians have to deal with it. Technicians design these standards, then lawyers look at these standards, and afterwards you again need a lawyer. It always takes a lawyer to look at all these norms, standards designed and devised by technicians before these standards can then be published. So, well, we often sit together with planners, with manufacturers, and we tell them that they have to prove that they have these in-company tests and prove that they do. And well, this is we are forced to act in this gray zone, but I would like to ask you to take us out of this gray zone, and what we need is a more flexible legal area. So please do. So please do not only pursue these political aims, but also look at our day-to-day problems. It's of no use if we have a political demand where all the manufacturers, all the customers say, well, again, there are more political demands forced upon us that we cannot implement. So please take account of the people, take them on board. I've been working in this field for 20 years. Please take that home with you. This is my appeal to you. But apart from that, congratulations on your new job. So maybe there's one big mistake that whenever I think that I can say something, I cannot keep quiet, and that will probably lead to some problems in the next 4 to 5 years. But the two things that I will take home: political demands and the standards should not be interpreted too legalistically. So to my understanding, it is not us who said that standards should be a legal instrument. We cannot change James Elliot. The standards, or else we will simply give up the system of binding standards. And this would mean that we would give up the system of the harmonized zone. With that, we would also give up the Europe-wide, so the interpreters can't interpret the comments if they are said without a microphone. Well, I take that home with me. So what I've understood was a little different. So I'm a lawyer by training. So intellectually speaking, I'm able to understand these matters. I will discuss this with my expert, and I'll ask them once again as to why and why they share what I've said and why they don't share what you said. Well, thank you very much. I think you stood your ground here. And Mr. Zimmermann, so in some ways you anticipated much of what we are going to listen to throughout this meeting here later on. So, Mr. Knapton-Vierlich, thank you very much. I hope that you will listen to us for some time and that you will take home a lot of interesting issues and points with you. We'll continue this discussion and many other fora. And thank you very much. And I think we can all be happy that I think we will have found an open ear with Ms. Knapton-Vierlich. Thank you very much. So in the meantime, we'll prepare for the next speaker, but this gives me the opportunity to welcome the Czech colleagues. She represents the Czech presidency, council presidency, and Ms. Kabatnikova works in the team of Lozikova, and she's a desk officer there. And she studied in the beautiful city of Prague. She's an expert and works in the Directorate General for in the Czech Ministry, and she's responsible for these standards and construction products. And she's also a team preparing the Czech presidency. And so well, ladies and gentlemen, so the current council presidency has to be neutral, of course, in what they present. They are kind of representing all the member states, and the pressure during the period of the council presidency is very high, which I know from own experience. So you have the floor.
The ordinary. Shall I skip or? Thanks. So, hello everyone, and first I would like to thank you, the organizers, that you gave the opportunity to Czech presidency to speak and deliver a short presentation on the revision of the CPR, Construction Product Regulation, from the perspective of Czech presidency of the EU Council. As it was said, my name is Mr. Kabatnikova, and I work for the Czech Office for Standardization, Metrology and Testing. And we lead the negotiations in the Council, especially our chair, our deputy president, Miroslav Chloupek, who was unfortunately not able to attend this meeting. So let me speak on his behalf or our behalf as from the Czech presidency team, so I will give you some information, short information on what's going on in the council meetings. So the proposal was introduced on the 30th of March this year. It was under the French presidency, and we started with quite a detailed introduction from the Commission when we went through presentation explaining how the proposal works and how is it built up on the elements, etc. And this last introduction presentation was finished in July, already under the Czech presidency. Then we decided to lead the negotiations in so-called cluster system. I will try to make it a bit understandable what it means, because the proposal is very complex and many of the elements are linked together, like cross-links, etc. It's important to see those relations in the negotiations and not only be focused on tiny part of the proposal, because it works together like this clock works, etc. So we decided to group the articles under the topics and also include these links in those grouping systems. And I will show you the clusters. This is the list of clusters that we have already went through. And maybe to make it a bit more clear, let's say that we have let's say we have a standardization cluster. In that cluster, there are obviously articles regarding standards, but also articles related to EADs, which are very closely linked to, let's say, cluster tabs here. So during the negotiations, we would discuss them on both meetings or in both groups, so as to clearly see the links and help the deeper understanding of the proposal to member states. So I hope this is a bit clear. If not, then you can ask some questions on that. And one of the key elements is digitalization. It is the only cluster that was not discussed yet. The digitalization is important to make the proposal and the CPR future-proof, and it also I guess there is a hope to improve the system and to have good information to work together to promote complying products on the market and to be used by different actors. And there is a special article in 78 which touches on the database. And that was the reason why we postponed this cluster at the later stage, because on the 27th of October it was held the workshop on this database by Commission, when the aim was to share the ideas behind, but also to discuss with member states which kind of digital tools they are already using, what that could be potentially linked to the database, and how those different systems are functioning already, and how they will be cooperating in future to keep this in mind. And this article, as well as the whole standardization cluster, will be discussed on the next council meeting, which is on the 7th of November. And how I will try to explain how we worked in those discussions so far under these clusters. So we try to gather the written comments of member states, and based on those we choose most important topic when there was a higher need for clarification from member states, or let's say some stronger position was expressed, and we gave Commission opportunity to first address those, let's say, most important topics, and then we also went through all the articles listed in the respective clusters and listened to the positions, or also lots of clarification questions was answered, and I really do believe that this has helped to deep understand the proposal and see more of how it works together, etc. And based on those gathered positions and comments and even written suggestions for amended wording, etc., we are designing the compromised text. And the first discussion on compromised text will be also presented on the next working party on the 7th of November. Of course, we are not doing all the text new, but we will just focus on some clusters. And we also are in touch with the Swedish colleagues because we have under Czech presidency only three more meetings left. So we need to make sure there is a smooth transition and that those views of member states that have been already expressed do not get lost somewhere in the transition. So we really hope to achieve this goal and make the work of Council that we enable smooth transition and do not lose the time and the work that has already been done. Thank you for your attention. And in case you need any contact or details, we are here for you.
Many thanks, Ms. Kabatnikova. Ja, meine Damen und Herren, die tschechische...
Ladies and gentlemen, the Czech Council presidency has been very successful. We have been working under very strict time management, and as you can hear, as you can see, well, next week there will be the first amended draft tabled to the working group, tabled by the Council presidency. So that has been your success. Thank you very much. And so we owe this success to you, to the Czech presidency. Thank you very much for that. And well, there's somebody who would like to ask a question. Mr. Sykes. So the microphone is being brought to you.
Thank you. Christophe Sykes, Construction Production. We've heard from the European Commission, we've heard from the Council. The question is easy. Have you started talking to the European Parliament and the members of the European Parliament? We've seen the first draft of Article 22. We're awaiting the report on the rest of the CPR proposal. Can you say a few words about discussions between the two EU bodies? Thank you.
Myself, I'm not involved in the discussion at this, let's say, more political level. However, we monitor the discussion going on in the European Parliament to see all the cards possible so as to be well equipped for the future negotiations.
Ja, vielen Dank für die Antwort.
Well, thank you very much for your answer. Well, thank you.
Many thanks to you. So we will switch
over to the colleagues from Sweden. They will be the next Council presidency next year, and the colleague from Sweden will give an overview about what they want to deliver in the next Council presidency. The chair, you will take over in January, so we are here with the colleagues, Ms. Tykesson. She is member of the Ministry of Finance in Stockholm, and as well Mr. Wester, he's from the PERM rep in Brussels. So we are happy to hear some aspects from you. You will have a floor for 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Guten Morgen. I will do this in English, seeing as my German is suboptimal. My name is Jonas Wester. I'm, as mentioned, I'm the Swedish delegate to the Working Party of Technical Harmonization. I will be chairing the Working Party the next semester. Together with me, I have my colleague Ilja Tykesson from Capital. I'll be supported by a team of experts on the construction product. So just to summarize, I'll be in charge of process and my team will support me on substance. And we're here to give you a face and a name if you want to grab a hold of us during the upcoming lunch briefing or any other time. I just want to start off by just a warm thanks to our German host for organizing us and inviting us, and to our Czech colleagues for, first of all, setting us up in such a nice way, both with the working parties so far, but also this presentation, because you mainly already said everything that I was going to say about the process and the substance. But I'm guessing I have to say something here. So just a quick word. Our government has welcomed this revision of the construction product regulation, but I will not go that much into what our government believes, because as mentioned before by Mr. Menzer, we are here as neutral and honest brokers, which sort of means that we have to remain a bit diplomatic, maybe a bit toned down. So my apologies in advance if I can't tell you all the things you want to hear right now, right here. But on substance, I can at least say that so far we've taken note about that many member states have welcomed the ambition of making the construction sector greener and more digitalized. Many member states have at the same time emphasized that it's essential to make sure that the requirements do not overburden the industry, especially SMEs. And so this is all about striving to make a good balance. I think everyone agrees with those both statements, and then we're just here to find that balance, and the balance will look different depending on who you talk to. We are here to, as the Commission said before us, we're here to listen. We're here to hear what industries thinks in Germany, throughout Europe, but our main stakeholders, and my apologies to the industry, but our main stakeholders in this task as a council president is listening to 26 other member states and trying to form a compromise that works for all of them. So I encourage you, if you have positions, make it known to member states that I know we have many German representatives here, so make it known to them, but also to other member states, if you can, through pan-European organizations. We've already taken note about the comments about standardization. We've heard it before from member states. Many want it to start working again as soon as possible. We will look at what possibilities there are to do that within the regulation or within the CPR acquis process, which is handled separately and not something that we will negotiate in council. Another important aspect that's been, highlighted is the principle of subsidiarity, especially so given that this is an area so close to member states' competence. And it's a political/legalistic issue that it's going to be hard to find a straight balance. I assume we'll hear more about it, as highlighted by our German hosts before. If I move forward to the issue of process, I think the first question that I will receive is, are you intending to find a council position by the end of your presidency? And in order to just preempt that question, we will try to progress as far as we can. If that is a council position by the end of June, I would be very happy. It's an ambitious goal. We will, of course, try to get it. It is a priority from our government to dedicate resources to this negotiation. But at the same time, as our Czech colleague said, this is a complex proposal with many complex substantive issues that need to be solved. And as the Commission earlier highlighted, there is an important interlinkage with the eco-design for sustainable product regulation. So we will try to make sure that those negotiations go hand in hand and that overlaps can be handled. So if there's a blockage in that other negotiation, it's probably going to affect the timing of this negotiation as well, for instance. We must try to puzzle these two together. And I think I've covered all the aspects that I wanted to, so I just wanted to give ample room for questions if there are any. Anything from your side to start with? My colleague Ilja here.
Thank you. Representing the expert, I should probably stay quiet. No, I'm just here to bring you a sense of calm. We just had our elections and the organized chaos is taking place. We're changing ministries, but the issue remains a priority for Sweden. We are welcoming the negotiations. And I think we can rather honestly say that it's easy being the president of this negotiation in the sense that what we do want is a working regulation in the end. And we are keen to listen to all of your ideas for how this can work. And I say this also as an expert. So I'm listening keenly to your questions.
Ja, vielen Dank an Herrn Wester und
Thank you very much, Mr. Wester and Mrs. Tykesson. You said that you are here to listen, and thank you for that. The time of the Council presidency will certainly be very ambitious, and I wish you all the best of success for your presidency. And we hope that the CPR will help to take into account the interests of the member states. I see one show of hands in the last but one row.
Okay, yeah. Thanks for the opportunity to raise one aspect. My name is Viktor Mirowna from Environmental Action Germany or Deutsche Umwelthilfe. I really want to emphasize the timeline here, especially for the eco-design requirements. To really make them mandatory. I hope that you will continue to ask the question, when do we expect the first binding mandatory eco-design requirements for the different products, construction products. So this is one of the key aspects, because we are immensely losing time and we will have no clear idea how we mitigate all the climate effects in this very slow aspect of the building sector. So this is one key aspect that I would love to see from your presidency in this process, to really always ask the question, are we in time, and can we really mitigate the obvious problems that we are facing currently? Thank you.
Ja, vielen Dank. Das war das Statement.
Thank you very much. That was a statement by the German Climate Action Association. Do you have anything to comment on that one? Or is it something that you simply take note of?
With us, and we'll pass around to our colleagues in charge of the eco-design negotiations. Of course, we want to make this applicable as soon as possible, both the construction product regulation and the ESPR, but we need to also make it sure that it's good substantively. So, as always, substance over speed, even though we understand that speed is of the essence.
I don't think anyone has missed the sense of urgency.
Ja, ich glaube.
Well, I believe on that note, we can dismiss our Swedish colleagues, and I wish you a good day and fruitful discussions and conversations in the margins of this symposium. So thank you, and all the best for your Council presidency. Well, ladies and gentlemen, of course you will be asking yourself, what is the German position on all of this? Mr. Janik and myself will try to share with you some of our views and comments. I will cover the more general part, and Mr. Janik, as my legal expert, will dwell on some more detailed aspects afterwards. Let me say right away that we, as a federal ministry, do not operate in a vacuum, as it were. Instead, we have to consult with other ministries in the federal government. We have the lead on these matters at the Federal Ministry for Housing, Urban Development and Building. But the Environmental Ministry and the Ministry of Transport also need to be consulted. So this is the main tasks that we have within the federal government. And of course, the implementation of the construction products regulation is only partly under a task for a ministry. In Germany, the main responsibility for these matters, for implementing the CPR, lies with the states, with the federal states. And therefore, we are also in close contacts with the federal states. And here again, we see a great and far-reaching agreement when it comes to the assessment of the draft CPR. And last but not least, we are also engaged in a conversation and a discussion with the industry associations. I should like to thank all those who have submitted all those comments and position papers to us in the past few months. We have read them all, and we arrived at the conclusion that in most areas there is a far-reaching agreement among all stakeholders of the construction industry, the architects, the planners, the designers, so that we are glad to say that there is not no real disagreement between us and the construction industry. It has already been said that the proposal is a very complex one. And it's not just a draft that contains amendments. Instead, it's a completely revised draft. It's a completely new draft. The Commission pursues two aims: a well-functioning internal market. As Mrs. Knapton-Vierlich said, a well-functioning internal market for construction products is something that needs to be secured, and this is one of the aims of the regulation. Second aim, and this is of course a political requirement that is pursued not only in Europe but also in Germany. The second aim is to promote digital change and to promote sustainability. The interrelations and interconnections between the eco-design regulation and the CPR, what is covered where in a special law or under the eco-design regulation or in the CPR. This is a question that has been referred to. In my view, it would be desirable to make sure that both regulations go hand in hand with each other. But we have to be aware that the CPR has a serving function, and this means that construction products fulfill their function only once they are used and applied, and this is a difference to the eco-design regulation. And the second difference is that the CPR's construction products are subject to mandatory requirements, and this means that there is a certain need to involve the member states on the basis of the principle of subsidiarity, because it is the member states that are responsible for safety in the construction sector, for example. So the involvement of the member states, which must be given a say in all of this, is something that needs to be promoted. And in this respect, the ESPR, the Eco-Design Directive or regulation cannot be an example. The next slide, please. Well, general comments. The construction products regulation aims to ensure a well-functioning internal market, as I said, and the current proposal achieves this aim only partly. What is important is the involvement of the member states, and here I see huge potential for conflicts, or an area where we need to strive for common solutions, and therefore we would be grateful to the Commission for discussing the draft with us. And we will remain engaged in a dialogue with you, Mrs. Knapton-Vierlich. And of course, the European Parliament also will have to give its comments and its interpretation of the draft. So these three institutions need to consult with each other in order to arrive at a viable and good solution for everyone. We think it is more important to increase the influence of the member states' delegated legal acts, implementing acts. Here we still have some potential for ways and means to take the more account of the interests of the member states. Apart from implementing the political targets of the European Green Deal, the action plan for the circular economy, and the renovation wave communication, these are all targets that need to be implemented. Sustainability targets, of course. Well, it is important to make sure that the standards comply with these requirements. You mentioned the technical acquis, but the criticism that was voiced by Mr. Schäfer, amongst others, is a criticism that I can understand and share. If Fit for 55 targets and sustainability targets are to be effectively implemented, we need to make more headway with regard to standards and standardization requests and so on. And the acquis process is kind of a laboratory, but we have to leave that stage behind us now. Instead, we need to make more speedy headway in order to achieve a horizontal standards and in order to translate that into products-related standards. And I'm not sure how we can achieve that target very swiftly. It's not just a problem for the CPR, but it's an operational issue that cannot be solved by legal texts alone. Everyone needs to chip in and act together. And when we had the council presidency, we were astounded by the non-communication between Zen and the Commission. Maybe things have changed in the meantime. It would be something that we would greatly welcome, of course. Give me the next slide, please, where we talk about the delimitation with regard to other legal acts. The eco-design regulation and the CPR have many things in common, but there are some differences also with regard to the legal nature of both instruments. In Germany, let me give you an example. The product level is not so much in the focus when it comes to assessing the sustainability of a building. The product level is one contribution, of course. Whether it is then reflected in an EPD or a PEF is another matter. But this principle says that we declare the properties at the product level without making a proper an assessment proper. Instead, we look at the buildings, because this is where the product is being used to the maximum effect, and this is where a specific product, whether it's a brick or a piece of wood, can be reused or not. The level of the building is the decisive level in our view, and our support and promotion schemes are based on that principle. So we do not focus at the product level. It's no use regulating everything down to the minutest detail at the product level. It's no use doing that, particularly given the supply chain issues that we're currently experiencing. We have opted for a strategy whereby we take a product neutral and materials neutral approach when it comes to the structures. As far as wood is concerned, we had some issues with the supply of wood due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Now we have bottlenecks, supply bottlenecks in other areas, and you have to respond to those supply chain issues very swiftly. And if you focus too much at on the product level, this might create a problem. So you should look at the building when it comes to sustainability and climate protection. Remedying problems, that is the next and last keyword. By pursuing political targets, we have the fact that you did not want to repair the previous regulation is something that is quite understandable, given the political targets that were set for the regulation. The James Elliott decision is something that you referred to previously. An interpretation of the James Elliott decision in the way that it was interpreted by the Commission is not shared by the experts necessarily. This very close and narrow interpretation is something that not everybody shares, and that is also something that has to do with the speed with which we implement innovation. Because one thing is clear, the blockade in the standardization process that Mr. Zimmermann referred to has been hindering technical progress for many years, and this is something that we can no longer afford. The construction sector has always been stymied as not being particularly innovative. And in order to remedy that, we need to create the necessary framework conditions at the regulatory level in order to make sure that progress is not unnecessarily impeded or hindered. You mentioned it, Mrs. Knapton-Vierlich. In Germany, we have a problem with a great number of standards. If products are manufactured according to those standards, they do not correspond to the provisions under construction law. This is an issue that not all member states share. The use of construction products is something that the German construction or building law needs to find solutions for. But as you know, we have a host of court decisions that we did not like, and we are also we also have one infringement procedure to deal with. And given that, we need to close the gaps that exist regarding standards. And this has nothing to do with the new challenges. This is related to fundamental issues such as fire protection and other fundamental issues. And this is something that we need to deal with. It's not just a matter of the construction products regulation. Colleagues from your unit always said we cannot deal with everything at the same time. We now focus on the regulation, but do not lose sight of these other things that need to be dealt with. So I have voiced some points of criticism now and addressed a few aspects that are important in our view and that need to be addressed. And of course, we are aware that Germany is the country that benefits most from the internal market, and therefore it is quite clear that we consider promoting the internal market an important and essential objective. And of course we will contribute in a constructive manner to the discussions in the Council. And on that note, I can pass the floor to Mr. Janik, because Mr. Janik is the one who is the legal expert on these matters, and he is involved in the Council discussions in the Council working group that meets in Brussels, and he stands up for our interests and our targets, and of course he is aware of the fact that we have to strike an alliance with other member states in order to arrive at good solutions. Mr. Janik, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you to Mr. Menzer. Thank you to the Commission and also to the Czech and the Swedish delegations who are present here and who have already spoken to us. As Mr. Menzer said in his speech, he said that the problems with the current CPR lie in particular in the standardization process, and that is why we would like to see the standardization work strengthened. We welcome the fact that the Commission will continue to trust in the expertise of the European standardization bodies. SENS, ENELEC and ETSI will be able to contribute and will remain responsible for standardization. And here it is very good that this successful and well-established instrument remains in place. But we've also listened to the criticism. Well, we all know that the problems do exist, and therefore it is clear that we cannot continue as before with regard to standardization. The new regulation could support the work of the standardization organizations. And therefore, our proposal is to have transparent, clear and binding rules for the procedures and criteria for elaborating and issuing harmonized technical specifications, because it is only then that the standardization organizations can adopt criteria. They have to know the criteria that would make it possible for them to issue standards and to have them published in the official journal. And the Commission could no longer reject these standards if the standardization bodies would apply these clear criteria. And therefore, we speak out in favor of more participation in the standardization and in the elaboration of rules and procedures for quality tests. And we would also like the Permanent Committee for the construction sector to be involved constantly. According to the old regulation, it has more competence, and the expertise of the member states was contributed via this standing committee working group. And so, first of all, I would like to say a few words on the acquis process. This has been mentioned before during this meeting already. From our point of view, it is not necessary to only have a new CPR regulation, but we also have to make sure that the already existing and published standards are overhauled and revised. So this means that we can continue our work immediately, that we don't have to wait for the entry into force of the new regulation. We need parallel transitional provisions to account for the needs and the interests of all the stakeholders. And this is why the CPR acquis process was launched last year. At the beginning of 2021, we have representatives of authorities, but also trade association representatives involved in this process. We have 35 product areas, and priorities have been identified for this process. The member states agreed on precast concrete elements and steel elements to be the first areas that we wanted to begin with. These working groups have been meeting for the last 2 years already. For us, it is a point of criticism that they have not yet finished their work, that no new standardization requests have been defined and identified, and new 3 further working groups have been established, concrete, steel and windows, and a horizontal group on ecological sustainability. And we hope that these 3 working groups will work more quickly, the procedure was completely new a year ago, when the first working groups started, and there was no experience with work of this kind before, but now the 3 new groups can benefit from the experience of the older 2 groups, and we hope therefore that the whole procedure will become quicker with these 3 new groups. We welcome the efforts of the Commission. We very much welcome that that new things are being done now, but our criticism is that the process is not satisfactory so far. We need quicker solutions. We cannot wait until all standards until 2045. I think that is the deadline in the proposal draft regulation. Until then,
offen gehalten hat, dass es
the old CPR regulation could still be applied, and the Commission said that it could last until 2045. That this was really the latest date, but well, since this date is included in the new draft, this shows that obviously the ambition is not very high. And but we do hope that our manufacturers will receive new standards as soon as possible. And my next point is the harmonized zone. This is one of the key points of the new draft. One could say that this is the result of the court cases of the last few years and the court verdicts. And also Germany had some court cases without success, though, and also the John Elliott decision means that the Commission has adopted a very restrictive view, and we now find this in the harmonized zone. This is a result of the ECJ decision. In principle, we welcome the creation of the harmonized zone because the single market can be successful only if everybody sticks to certain rules of the game, and we have these harmonized technical specifications. If they cover all this and if they are regarded as comprehensive, then this would work. And if member states do not do any subsequent amendments to these technical specifications. But we feel that this harmonized zone will be successful only if we have a functioning participation or co-participation processes for the member states. With the current wording of the of Article 7 harmonized zone, we are not yet happy because we do not see that all the essential characteristics of the, that apply in the member states are covered by that. And we also feel that new technical developments need to be covered by this as well. And therefore, we have to work towards changing the wording to the extent that this should account for the needs of the member state as far as possible. This is not really acceptable for us, but it should be rather like in a comprehensive way. So we need more clarity as to what should be taken account of, and we want explicit language saying that demands should be taken into account comprehensively, and if we can have that, then we would agree to this harmonized zone. And also the obligation to inform member states, the wording to that effect is not very good. It says that the member states proactively have to inform about their assessment methods and so on. And during all meetings, we would like to see a written procedure here, that all the member states are informed in writing, and that there should be a certain deadline. And that if a member state has the intention to issue a new standardization request, then this should be communicated in writing with a certain deadline. And this was one of the criticisms that we had with the acquis process. Sometimes the deadlines were too short, and Germany, a member state with a lot of requirements, often didn't have enough time to compile all the necessary information. So here we would like to see more co-participation for the member states, and we also welcome that there are certain exemptions provided for with regard to the harmonized zone, so the security, health, protection. But we also feel that we have to specify this even in a more precise way. Maybe deadlines should also be included in order to make headway. So, well, then on the delegated acts, this is a point that not only we see critically. So here the Commission is empowered basically, and Ms. Knapton-Vierlich mentioned that already, that this is a kind of fallback hammock, so a kind of parallel procedure parallel to the standardizations, so that this would give the Commission the power to become active in the field of standardization. We see that very critically, and we feel that member states need to have more competence here. Well, delegated acts could be meaningful as an add-on to complement the standardization process, and here in such cases the Commission would draw on its own expertise and could react quickly and flexibly to requests, and the experts in the member states would be consulted, would only be consulted if needed. So this is a very quick procedure to react to unforeseen circumstances, but we would like to have more say in that, and we do not feel that this kind of procedure, quick procedure, is necessary for all cases. So the normal pathway for standardization should be the same as before, and we would like to see more clarification on this point in the draft. And so we also need more legal conformity here. So the legal service of the Council also expressed some criticism here. Ms. Knapton-Vierlich is shaking her head, so this shows that we are not yet in agreement here. So we need to go more into the details with regard to Article 4, but also Article 5 is very broadly worded with a lot of room for maneuver, a lot of scope, and we believe that this is not in line with Article 92 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union with regard to the involvement of the member states. So we would like to see some amendments to the current wording of the draft regulation. And this would also regard other articles of the draft. The whole draft is full of delegated acts. So that is an instrument that is not only used in the construction products regulation, but also in other legal instruments that have just been published or that have just recently entered into force. And this option has not yet been exercised to our knowledge, but we nevertheless have to think about whether we want to hand over our competence in this field. And we have to think about that at an early stage. So these are important issues. This regards environmental issues, for example. So they have to be regulated in the legislative act itself. So there are lots of gaps, open points, open issues in the current wording. So we feel that the current draft is only a kind of shell, and a lot of questions are still open. A lot of points are still very unspecific, and that we feel that they should. The intention is to put more flesh on the bones with the help of these delegated acts. So. We also have some problems. We have some doubts as to whether the Commission can actually cope with this enormous amount of delegated acts with their own staff and with their own expertise. And in particular, with regard to construction projects, a lot of expertise is necessary. And we ask ourselves whether the Commission is overstretching their own expertise and possibilities. And we would like to ask whether we can get more involved in that with our expertise. So one option would be instead of delegated acts, one should write implementing acts, for example, because with such an instrument, representatives of the member states would be in a position to control the whole procedure. So that is an issue that we've listened to, that we've heard repeatedly in the council meeting. So maybe that would be a way forward to strike a better balance here. So, and very briefly, a number of other aspects before I come to the end of my presentation. We have referred to the whole to the scope of the regulation. We also have some critical remarks on that. We have also had a large number of positions. So, excluding sanitary equipment is something where we have some doubts. This is very important for the single market, and we do not understand why the Commission wants to exclude this area in this future regulation. And it is very difficult would then also be very difficult to clarify how to deal with those products that under the old regulation receive the CE marking and which would now fall, would no longer be covered by this under the new regulation. So this has led to some questions on our part, but of course this is only a draft so far, and we are in the process in the council to make our voice heard. We have tabled a lot of positions, and we will continue our discussion here. And other products that are produced right on the construction site for immediate inclusion into the new building, that they should be excluded from the regulation, have no importance for the single market. So there are some questions with regard to that. And then also we understood the intention of the Commission that this regulation is to be made fit for the future, to have more focus on circularity. Of course, we welcome it very much that used products could be used more frequently in future. But our problem is that this is a very new area. We have no valid data, no experience with regard to that. And for that reason, it seems to us a little premature to regulate this area and to prescribe certain rules. So we feel that one should maybe not yet include this topic in the draft, but that one could include this topic during a future revision of the regulation at a stage where we will have more information. And what would be helpful for us would be this digital construction product database mentioned by the Czech representatives here. That would be a step forward for us to obtain more information. that one would then have digital documents, machine readable, that would help us to move forwards with regard to this topic. Then product requirements, section 5. This is another big area. We do not yet know what is behind that. It is to be specified later on by delegated acts, and we do not yet know which construction projects would be affected by that. And we would like to see more specifications, and simply in general, all the requirements that are regulated in the annexes need to be reconsidered. There are some duplications with regard to performance declarations and similar things where we feel that this goes beyond what is actually needed. We do not want to create obstacles that are too big for our industry stakeholders. And in addition to that, we also welcome the fact that the IOTA route should be maintained. There were some critical voices also with regard to that, because it was feared that this IOTA route would be abolished, but it is to stay. And this is a very good way towards standardization, towards using the CE marking, and therefore we very much welcome that in principle, but still there are some details that still need to be regulated, for example the application of simplified procedures that so far should not, should not apply to EADs, at least it's the intention, and which we would like to see changed. And a last point, a strong focus on consumers. So the new draft focuses very much on the consumer. When you read the wording, we see that somewhat critically, because the target group of this regulation is not the consumers, but the users, the people who so there's no, for us, there's no need to distinguish between commercial and non-commercial users. This would create new obstacles. This would lead to separate markets for products for professional and non-professional markets. Also, market surveillance becomes more difficult, new challenges for that. Well, thank you very much for your attention, and I think we have reached the end of our time that has been allotted to us, and we look forward to the first compromise draft text to be tabled by the Czech presidency next week. We have contributed with our proposals, and we look forward to very constructive cooperation. And so far, we've had a very harmonious cooperation in this council working group. There are only very few points on which we disagree among the member states, but I think we all there's a high level of agreement in this working group, and therefore I'm confident that we will reach a good result. Well, thank you, Mr. Janik. So we just heard the bells sounding noon. But maybe there are still some questions that you would like to ask, unless you are in full agreement with everything that we said. Well, yes, there are 3 people who would like to ask a question, and I would like to leave it with that. The first person is Mr. Wortlieb, and
und ganz hinten war Herr Geri, glaube ich, ne? Okay, die 3, bitte. Aber kurz, weil wir nicht endlos Zeit haben.
So, very short questions. Because afterwards we also have Mr. van Schewick to take the floor prior to our lunch break to give us a legal assessment on individual issues of the recast. Thank you, Mr. Menzer. I would like to add another aspect that seems important to me that has not yet been mentioned, but that is probably on our agenda later on. That is the topic of sustainability requirements. The manufacturers of construction products have been working on environmental declarations for many years, a very difficult topic, and because this regards the interface between what is necessary at the level of the building and what we have to produce at the level of the manufacturers of construction products. Well, for us it is necessary to make all this practicable. The manufacturers are now organized in such a way that they coordinate the sustainability requirements, because it doesn't make sense if every manufacturer does such an assessment for each location. This would be extremely expensive. Here, it should be possible for us to use these generic environment declarations. Environment performance declarations. That would be a very important signal for reducing cost, and for the new to include that into the new proposal. Mr. Ortleb, very briefly. So you are talking on behalf of the German gypsum industry. Well, indeed, what you expressed was a kind of appeal. We will take that home with us, and in particular with regard to the SMEs, this is a very important point that we really have to always keep in mind, that an EPD usually costs about 20,000 euros. So maybe you could introduce yourself very quickly. I'm Mr. Potsch from the Association for Precast Concrete Elements, and I think you illustrated very well both from the point of view of industry and the point of view of administration. But there's one point that is often doesn't receive enough attention, and with the standards. These standards are often linked to a lot of contracts, or a lot of are key in the term of contract. So we have language in the contracts with regard to the general standard of technology, and so there's a lot of criticism with regard to the current standardization, but at the same time there's problems are created for a revision of the standards or for new standards, and this brings us into a situation here in Germany where we have to say that our current standards are no longer widely accepted as the state-of-art standards, so that they're. And here I would like to point out that we have really big difficulties with regard to the reliability of our contracts if our standards lose their status of being generally accepted. And that is something that we have to keep in mind. If they are no longer generally accepted because standards are only laws but no longer standards, then we will end up with a lot of problems in the construction industry. We will get a lot of problems with our contracts. So maybe can I assume here that you are referring to the standardization process at CEN and CENELEC and ETSI, and that you're not referring to the standardization process at DIN? Or are you referring to all standardization organizations? Because this would be quite a stark criticism of DIN. So every European standard has to be published by DIN in a national form, and a DIN standard. Well, with that we talk about German problems. So this is somewhat more restricted, but a European concrete standard should reflect the state of art, and we somehow now have to question that, and this leads to big problems. I'm referring to CEN, to the CEN level, but we have an impact of that on the German market, because we have to take over these standards, publish them here, and they should not differ from the German standards. I think this has made it clearer. Thank you, Mr. Gewing. You have the floor, Mr. Gewing. I'm head of the working group of construction projects in a German body, and we will comment on this work at the end of the year. So we have a problem with trade and a problem with applications. I cannot apply a CE marked product. I can only trade with that. So this has nothing to do with the application or with the use. And in this, in every country defines its own kind of protection goals, and the protection goals in each country has given rise to country-specific testing standards. They are not compliant, so among the different countries. So, if I get a product from Belgium, for example, there is a value attached to that. This has nothing to do with our tests. And we have now written to all EU countries and asked them for the protection goals, among others Sweden, and the answers, could make the answers available to you. We do not receive any answers. And if we do not know what the different protection goals are for the different countries, how can we then conduct such tests, and how can we then have harmonized trading? So it's necessary that all countries do their testing. We also need metrology for that, because all the countries use different metrological methods for that, measurement methods for that. So if, as a consumer, you want to test whether something that has a CE mark and whether you can use it under the German building codes. And so if I then write to the country in Europe and ask them, how do you do the testing? What is your test methods? And if I then don't get an answer, how can the consumer then decide whether he or she can use this product and apply it? So our level is so high that we can deliver into all European countries because our testing method is so good. But it is one of a very simple requirement. If you don't know the test methods, how can you assess that? And so, as I said, we wrote to all the countries. The result was quite frightening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gehring. You referred to an aspect that is related to testing standards that are not harmonized, and nor are they mandatory. Instead, they are managed voluntarily by each member state. Germany has introduced the Eurocodes, but indeed there is a lot of room for improvement as far as these standards are concerned. Thank you very much for that comment. And before the lunch break, Mr. van Schewick will address us. He's a well-known lawyer who has supported us in some legal matters. And today he's going to address us on the revision of the CPR. And he's very familiar with these matters and is also well informed about what is going on and what has happened to us and others in front of the European courts. Well, first of all, good morning, everybody, and thank you, Mr. Menzer, for your kind words of introduction and for inviting me to talk here. The last time I addressed this forum was when we had these cases that were pending with the European Court of Justice, where we took legal remedy after the European Court of Justice had rejected the complaint of the German government concerning Article 18. I talk here in a former church, but I do not speak ex cathedra, as it were, which means that I do not come in order to share with you final and very conclusive views. Instead, I just want to give you some food for thought. My second comment up front is that in the 25 minutes allotted to me, and I do not want to keep you from lunch, so in the 25 minutes speaking time, I can only focus on a few selected aspects and topics. There are many other things that could be discussed, recycling, for example. Others have already been addressed, and I will be very brief on those topics that are going to be addressed later on or that have already been addressed previously. So this, you will be familiar with this slide which runs through my presentation. In my team, we asked ourselves, how do we visualize the problems that we are dealing with? And here you see a temple-like structure. And I should like to dwell on one aspect in particular, namely the functioning single market is the fundament, while the structural safety is at the top of the building. Since we are talking about the European Construction Products Regulation, which is derived from the competence for the single market, we have chosen this image. And this image is also fitting in that once the structural safety is no longer ensured, the fundament will also be damaged sooner or later. Our proposals for contracts contain 1.5 pages of clauses for production products, so this indicates already that there is room for improvement. I have subdivided my presentation basically into 3 parts or pillars, with the idea to channel my thoughts a bit and in order to keep my presentation understandable. These 3 parts overlap in part, and not all aspects are fully covered, so it's by force simplification to a certain extent. So we have procedures and regulation in the left-hand side pillar. In the central pillar we have the interaction between national and European competencies and responsibilities. The member states traditionally have responsibility for construction products, while the Commission is responsible for the internal market. And in the past, it has already been shown that there are overlaps and frictions. The draft submitted by the Commission tries to resolve that, and I will dwell on that later on. On the right-hand side, you see consistency and framework conditions, which means that there needs to be a dovetailing with other regulatory projects, such as the eco-design regulation. Under the first pillar, we currently see issues and problems, in particular with regard to the blockades and the backlog of standards and standardization projects. There are complex reasons for that. Whether James Elliott is the reason for all of that, or whether the transition from a directive to a regulation was already the first reason for these problems. Maybe these problems are also due to a lack of criteria and prerequisites and requirements that have been set out for the standardizers. So as a result, EADSs are increasingly used simply because there's no progress being made with standardization. So that's just a stock taking of the current situation. Under the central pillar, we have the following starting situation. How does the CPR tally with national laws. And under the CPR, there are basically two problems. First of all, there is a blocking effect of harmonized standards, regardless of whether they are complete or not. And the second issue is the review and correction of harmonized standards by the Commission. The blocking effect, regardless of completeness, here the Council in Article 8, Paragraph 3 had wisely included an option which says that only the recorded essential characteristics should be included. This results in a situation where the good intention and the good intentions are not reflected in the practice of the CPR. And the European Court of Justice basically did not take up this issue in their decisions, or only in a very limited, to a very limited extent. So if you want to regulate something, you have to regulate it expressly, because you cannot simply rely on rules being read in context. And then there is a lack of legal remedy for the member states. But basically, it's a lack of effective legal remedy for the member states. In the case C100 from 13, the court pointed out that the member states do not have to operate in a vacuum. Instead, they have to use the options that are made available by the directive, which used to exist at the time. And these options must be effective. At that point, the second element comes into play, namely the review of standards, because you have to assure the structural safety of buildings. If you have a blocking effect, you have to link it with a review, and if you have no blocking effect, you do not need to review the content. The European courts pointed out that structural safety is a responsibility of the member states, and unfortunately they are not allowed to regulate in this field. And therefore, we would have thought that one could have interpreted it in a different way, but the court decision is what it is, and the Commission tries to make the best of the situation as it is in order to resolve this issue. Other issue is market surveillance. Market surveillance is also something that is to be implemented by the member states, which do it sometimes only in a very rudimentary way, in a minimalist way, and this is due also to the fact that there are no substantive yardsticks or criteria. You have to find the yardsticks on a case-by-case basis. There is no abstract requirement that can be rolled out on all cases. So here again, the proposal of the Commission contains at least a linking point. As far as the consistency and framework conditions are concerned, I do not want to elaborate on them, because, for example, we have the eco-design regulation, but there is no consistency here with this regulation, nor do we have consistency with other regulatory instruments of the European Union, and the Commission is now in the process of taking that up in order to resolve the situation. So Let me state that the revised draft of the CPR is to address these topics that I mentioned before in order to provide well-working rules under all three pillars. So let us just look at the first pillar, the introduction of delegated legal acts. In my perception, this is one of the most important changes because we regain room for maneuver and room for action. The court confirmed the position of the Commission, which said that one could not take out the specific parts of harmonized standards if the harmonized standard says that there is no regulation on specific hazardous substances, then one should have said nothing should be harmonized under European law, and it will be taken out of the regulation and it will be left to the member states. Now the idea of the Commission is not to take those parts out. Instead, they want to replace them with their own legal acts, for example. That's only one of several options to take action here. This makes for a swift correction mechanism, but it also involves a significant shift of competencies because the Commission resorts to delegated legal acts and sets its own law. We have to distinguish between implementing acts and delegated legal acts. The delegated legal acts, which are provided for now in the majority of cases, are acts that we are familiar with from the national context. It means that the parliament, the legislator, does not regulate all details centrally. Instead, it leaves it to the authorities to implement, to define specific requirements in the framework of technical specifications, for example. Basically, this is an acceptable approach for such delegated legal acts. They fit in with the general rules of European legislation. There are only two options for controlling and monitoring such legal acts, namely the repeal of the competence and the objection to these rules. These are essentially the rules as they exist in this field. The alternative is the implementing legal act, which means that the Council or the Commission establishes a certain level of uniformity of the implementation of acts by the member states. In other words, they create a uniform basis for the implementation of acts by the member states. So the question is, which approach is the more suitable one? There are also mixed forms that can be considered as implementing act or as delegated legal act. The implementing act has the advantage that it would end up in the comitology procedure, where you have a formalized option and possibility for member states to get involved. So this is just one comment that I would like to make. And you are already taking notes, but this is something that certainly will have to be discussed. The next point concerns the standardization procedure, which has not been changed otherwise. So the standardization organization remains intact and the mandates remain unchanged. Nothing has changed here. The deadlines are not going to be changed. We will see whether this will remain unchanged. What is interesting is the question that concerns the involvement of the member states. The Federal Ministry for Housing has already pointed out that they want the member states to see their key standardization requirements included, and I'm eager to see how this will be reflected in the draft as it evolves. Then the procedures regarding the EADS and the ETAs. In my practice as a lawyer, it's a good option to maintain those possibilities and options, even though it's quite time-consuming and the deadlines are never complied with. Nevertheless, we have the EADs are no longer considered to be considered as harmonized technical specifications, and this is plausible in the context with the harmonized technical zones. And I think it's also a charming idea to have a right of initiative not only on the part of the Commission, and the question is whether this would have to refer to European technical assessment or assessment documents, because the assessments are product related. So these are the key elements that I should like to dwell on. Basically, we see the introduction of delegated legal acts under the revised CPR. We have a clear shift of competences for the benefit of the Commission, with all the pros and cons that are involved in this. The question is whether this solves the problems or whether it only shifts the problems elsewhere. Such legislative powers must be exercised swiftly and in a competent fashion, after all, and given the staffing constraints that you mentioned, it makes sense to ask the question as to what the Commission is able to achieve in what time frame. And against that backdrop, one might consider opting for implementing legal acts, because this would involve a greater commitment on the part of the member states. So we think that not all the problems have been solved yet, and therefore let's turn to the second pillar, which is the most important one. We have seen the introduction of a harmonized zone, the scope of which is not yet fully visible. I think it reflects fairly well what I am familiar with from legal practice and from case law, but some gaps remain. For example, and the Commission is trying to solve those gaps. And the question is whether member states can force the Commission to close gaps, what yardsticks and what criteria are to be applied when closing those gaps. We've seen that wherever the Commission has room for discretion, there is a strong tendency on the part of the European courts to focus on cases of abuse. So the member states must be given linking points which enable them to exercise their interests. Shifting of competencies is something that applies also with regard to the introduction of general product requirements. There are various rules contained in the draft on this one, and I should just like to summarize it under this heading. Basically, what we're talking about here is a change of paradigm. So far, the CPR was based on the principle that it would not say anything about substantive requirement, and this is in line with the case law. The security and safety of structures and of buildings is primarily a matter for the member states to deal with. The general product safety law is something that I do not want to refer to at this point. So what we're talking about here is a central shift, and I'm not quite sure about the details. If you look at Annex Roman 1, parts B and C of the draft regulation, you will see linking points for very comprehensive regulations, and that might enable a regulation of structural safety through the back door, as it were. And this would imply a loss of competencies for the member states. On the other hand side, I think that the idea of introducing general product requirements is very charming because, as I said before, there is lack of criteria and requirements for those who are responsible for market surveillance. And introducing general product requirements would mean that we would have such criteria, whether a product complies with the requirements or not. And this brings me right away to the next point on my list, which is market surveillance proper. We have no clear distinction between market surveillance and construction surveillance. And this is a problem that we cannot fully solve. It cannot be solved with regard to general product requirements, nor can it be solved with regard to the introduction of the harmonized zone. We are all familiar with the theory that these matters should be solved at the national level. But this is only half correct because the ban on use also includes the ban of use of construction products. And this results in a problem which is not yet consistently solved. And I'm not sure whether the current proposal submitted by the Commission fully covers this problem. Another matter that is not fully covered is our general criteria for the awarding of public contracts. I'm not sure what the solution will be, but we need to be aware of this shift of competencies, which has advantages and disadvantages for the European single market. The last point on my list is the awarding of public contracts. Here we have a shift away from procedural considerations of contract awarding law or public procurement law towards more substantive requirements. It's a political issue. The buzzword subsidiarity was mentioned before, and these legal terms are flexible. They can be interpreted in a flexible way, and this is legally viable. However, in the course of legislation, you have to be aware of what you want to achieve, and here again you can discuss how far you want to go.
So my interim conclusions here are so clearer delimitation of competences is something that we cannot yet see in this draft. So rather it is a stronger competence intertwining of competences. The harmonized zone provides us some possibilities to get involved, but still under this is still under the a certain proviso or reservation of the Commission, and so a shift towards single market regulations. And which path to be pursued is more a political question than a legal question. So the third pillar here, very briefly, so Article 8 is intended to avoid duplicity of assessments with the help of delegated acts. Whether that is necessary for all areas, whether that is actually the fastest way, is doubtful, and whether if we now revise a legal instrument, one should better adjust these legal instruments. That is something that I would like to leave for you to think about. Then environmental law provisions, thinking of REACH, for example. I don't want to say more about that. Then also the third headline here, scope. So whether sanitary appliances, small water treatment plants, construction projects that are produced right on site, whether they should be covered by this regulation, whether that is good for the single market, or whether by doing so we create new legal gaps by narrowing down the scope. I think all this still needs to be examined. So, and this brings me to my end. So I promise that I will show you this slide for the last time now. So the procedures, with the exception of the delegated acts, have been changed only to a minor extent. We have additional legal competences here, and which means that we will not solve the problems that we already have with the current regulation, CPR. We see a strong shift towards the union with the advantages and disadvantages I've just described. So in particular as a result of the delegated acts and the general product requirements. So as a matter of fact, the member states would no longer be responsible on their own for building safety, structural safety, whether that, well, for the future, however, the requirements for construction products will be closely linked to the requirements for buildings, so that it will be difficult to distinguish between that or have a clear delimitation, and that an interlocking of this cannot be avoided. Well, coherence and the framework for that, I think we heard a lot about that. And so the third pillar, and I would like to leave that out. So in the legislative process, what I think would be important for the legislative process is the following. We have a lot of room for maneuver, room for discretion for the Commission, and here also in order to make the work easier for the Commission, we should think about whether very specific yardsticks would be helpful, and that then the member states would have the possibility to check these yardsticks and to make it possible to have this checked by the courts. So the member states would also have to think about whether they agree to this shift of competence to the Commission, and the member states have to think about where they need certain yardsticks for this. And then a second point where I believe that there are rules that should reflect the distribution of competences. There, in those areas, it is necessary to have that written down very explicitly. This holds true for the use of construction products. If I don't have a specific rule for that in the construction product regulation to which I can link up, then there is the risk that in the case of a dispute, there's the risk that this would tilt into one way or the other, probably rather the other, so towards the Commission. So I think there's still a lot of work ahead of us. We still need to discuss this at length, but this can be solved only together. The member states and the Commission have to do this together. Thank you very much. Well, thank you, Mr. van Schewick. So this has not only been an assessment, but you've also presented us some alternatives or maybe even some options for solving the problems. I think this was very helpful. Your presentation, I think it was also very helpful for all of us who are involved in shaping this regulation, be it the government authorities or the trade associations or the stakeholders, the manufacturers. So are there any questions, any comments, or any things that you would like to add? We are close to the lunch break, and maybe some of us are quite hungry already. So there seems to be no comment, no question whatsoever. Thank you very much, Mr. van Schewick. It has been a pleasure for me to listen to you, and I think the same holds true for the others here. Regarding our program, we will now have a lunch break, which will react to our delay. So we will continue at 1:45, and I would like to wish you that you will enjoy your lunch and that you will also have some inspiring discussions and talks during your lunch break. Thank you very much.
Die Mittagspause, meine Damen und Herren, war sicherlich nützlich.
The lunch break was certainly useful for some networking over lunch. This, of course, is always part of such a symposium, a tradition that we have upheld for many years. And I'm very happy that the coronavirus situation this year has made it possible for us to also socialize in between the different presentations. This afternoon, we will deal with topics that have to do with circularity, sustainability, and similar topics. So this will be the focus of the next presentations. And Professor Lützkendorf will be the first speaker, and then we will have a pretty specialized presentation on waste. Waste and recycling in the construction sector. And we are also very happy to have a representative of the Construction Products Europe Association here among us. So they will present us the view of the European construction products manufacturers. And last but not least, We also have the ZDB, which is the Central Association of the German construction company sector, and Ms. Oel-Brettschneider will present their view. So we will both have a European perspective and also a national perspective. Well, everybody is back now. So Professor Lützkendorf, he will speak to us. He's a civil engineer by training, and very quickly he was asked to assume the professorship for economy and ecology of the building sector at the university in Karlsruhe. He is a known expert who deals with life cycle assessment, life cycle cost calculations, sustainability at the level of buildings, but also at the level of construction products. He is a representative at DIN for sustainable building and also takes part in European standardization processes. Professor Lützkendorf, so the floor is yours, and I guess you are pretty used to speaking to a larger group of people. And I'm very happy that you will talk about requirements for construction works and the consequences for product-related characteristics and information. So you have the floor. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the friendly remarks and the friendly words of introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, I'm very happy that among the participants here, I see a lot of familiar faces, some from the organization, standardization organizations, some even from my time as a student. And right at the beginning, it was said that this is a kind of family meeting here. So I'm a kind of distant relative. On the one hand side, as a university professor, and then also I am deeply involved in the European standardization and in the I'm dealing with answering the 1,250 comments. But for most of the times, I see myself as a kind of family counselor and would like to ask you to also think of your children and grandchildren. And so on the one hand side, this church room here inspires us to do something. Probably the church has more experience with that, but maybe as a kind of prayer, we should all say the prayer of sustainable building. But secondly, this venue has been well chosen because we do not only want to have circular economy, but also make sure that buildings are used and reused. And there's also a grey wall to remind us that that is where the grey energy, the embodied energy, is embodied. So, ladies and gentlemen, my charts are bilingual, and that probably makes it easier for our guests to follow what I'm saying here. And I would like to welcome you and would like to wish you a good afternoon. I would like to wish you all the best for your future tasks. I would like to thank my colleagues from the Czech Republic for the work that they have done so far. So in my presentation, I would like to focus on the annex of the draft construction products regulation, and together I would like to search for the logic it entails and for the structure. Well, I believe that there is a logic included in that, but maybe one could highlight it better in the preamble. So the main objective, and I think that is probably surprising with the construction products regulation, the objective is the construction of buildings that are stable, that make a contribution to sustainable use, and that with this target in mind, we have this construction product regulation. So some people are probably still surprised that this regulation starts with certain requirements for buildings. There is a intermediate step between the construction product and the building, and that is the construction kind of part, construction element, and this also has to have certain qualities that it derives from the construction products that it is made of. And here on the left-hand side, you see that the construction products have to meet certain requirements so that the construction works, the buildings in the end also meet their basic requirements. So that is the physical side of things. But we have talked about that a lot, but we have not yet talked about how this is mirrored in the data, on the data side, the flow of information, the flow of data. We do not only need the products with their characteristics, but we also need product information with which we can assess the buildings and the construction products in such a way that we can say they meet the requirements in terms of function and also the requirements in terms of sustainability. And that is where, in the end, the sustainability testing of buildings will be done. This is what we work on with 15978. But when we look at the requirements, we can see that there are lots of different lists of requirements. They all look a little different. They all have a different focus. And here, obviously, the focus was on certain characteristics and qualities that can be influenced by construction products. If you're familiar with requirements regarding sustainability, you can see that accessibility is not mentioned here at all. And maybe I would like to call upon you to harmonize also the requirements for buildings at the European level. And so there are certain different matrices, different criteria, different lists, and maybe it is also somewhat confusing as if all these lists differ in some ways. And the other question is this list well structured? So I think we are used also in other areas to follow a list that is also implemented in Germany for sustainability, namely technical and functional requirements, and then also the ecological sustainability and social sustainability. And I would like also to recommend to you to give these requirements a certain structure so that it becomes clearer. And I think it was the objective to develop this as a second pillar of the regulation. So the requirements on construction products are derived from that. Namely, here we have the product environment requirements with demanded of construction products, durability, recyclability, and so on. And let's have a look more at the details on the left-hand side. So you have the building-related requirements, and in any case, the aim is to reduce the net greenhouse gas emissions throughout the whole cycle. This has to be stressed. This is the complete life cycle assessment of a building. This is completely, well presented here with designed, constructed, used, maintained, and demolished. Well, maybe demolished is not probably a term appropriate for our time, because we're not talking about demolition, but about reuse, basically. And then we have the right-hand side, which is product-related. And here the demand is to produce products with as little emissions as possible. But there's a conflict in interests here. The left-hand side, so in the taxonomy and in levels, the carbon footprint of buildings is demanded. And here this is a little accepted. So this is the greenhouse gas emissions throughout the life cycle of a building, and this information has to be provided. So this has entered into force already. But in order to have a life cycle assessment of a house, we need for every product that is built into this house the data so that we can then have this life cycle assessment. So we want to have the result. We wanted to have the result yesterday already, but we will create the preconditions for that only in the next few years. Then you can all see that this doesn't go hand in hand, and this is a situation where we have conflicting targets. And we have the topic of embodied energy. This falls under the area of use of resources, and here at the product level, resource efficiency is also included as an important element. But the indicator here is abiotic resource consumption or exhaustion of resources, and this is also referred to in the small print, abiotic depletion and so on. Who among your counterparts understands the Antimon equivalent in the assessment of buildings? Who understands that? So I would like to ask you to support the aspect of resource consumption, not only by dealing with abiotic depletion, but by also listing the different substances and materials like minerals, metals, and so on. So these indicators should also be included into the draft. And it's not too late. So I would like to ask you to demand that these materials be listed there. And this still recalls EN 15942 and 15804A2 could be mentioned here, and so I would like to recommend that one should have a reference to that, because these standards also change. So what can Germany contribute to that? Well, that is a good experience with a division of labor in the field of standardization and the field of energy and so on. So we have the law on energy efficiency, but the way this is measured is then established in a kind of standard. And that is the kind of division of labor that we could imagine also for the European level. And what else do we need? Well, new discussions mean or point into the direction that we will have more digitalization, the digital product passport, and the idea is that the digital product passport will become part of the digital building logbook. So one could say these are the files of the buildings. So this is the kind of Yeti of the building discussion. Some people talk about it, but nobody has ever seen them. Well, sometimes we have to fill this with some substance. So there's a lot of information that one should bring together in a kind of file. One could call that, of course, a building logbook. And then when we have compiled all this information, we will see how that this information is very valuable and worthwhile. And that is why I would like to call upon you to think about how to organize these flows of information from the product to the building. And these are some examples here, namely the digital building passport. This somehow has to
has to fit to the digital logbook, and then we have the energy performance certificate that is fed into the carbon footprint of a house, of a building, and so on. And we have to think about how we can organize these flows of information. And this brings me to my recommendations. So it is not the case that we only have problems with standards. There are some standards that already exist. I only want to recall E15804A4A2. This standard exists. And if we all said, well, yes, now we move from voluntary provision of information to a mandatory provision of information, because if I demand the calculations in a mandatory way, then of course we have to make sure that the information is made available at the beginning, because otherwise these two parts won't fit to each other. Well, some people say that industry wants to be protected. No, I don't believe that industry wants to be protected. Industry wants to have certainty for their action, and we can achieve that by taking the standards that we already have as a basis. So any debate as to whether we want to use the PEF or something, all these debates will only make the target group uncertain, creates uncertainty for our target group. And so 15643 is the basic requirements regarding the sustainability of buildings, and 15978 that is the standards for calculating the life cycle assessment. And so we have levels, we have the taxonomy, we have the draft for the European Building Energy Efficiency regulation. They all refer to 15978, but in the version of 2011, and that is too old. So here you can see what the problem is with these fixed references to certain standards. Now all these standards have to be recast, and all these regulations as well, because they refer to outdated regulations. And for the purposes for improving resource efficiency, it would also be useful to have a kind of material inventory. And here I would like to call upon you to adjust the time schedule to the actual need for information. So if I ask for such data, I also have to make sure that the data is available. And we talked about our children and our grandchildren, and we do not want to forget why we are doing all this. So we, the built environment professionals, all strive to improve our built environment and to contribute to sustainability. I wish you all the best, and thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Lützkendorf. This was a very speedy presentation, given the fact that we came just out of the lunch break. So you prevented us from falling asleep. And let me ask the audience whether they have any comments. You talked about the sequence of regulation, the different initiatives that have been undertaken by the Commission, ensuring a sequence of action that is dovetailed and that takes into account of the different legal aspects and legal fields. This is not easy. Often enough, action is not really intertwined, and you also mentioned the security for the investments that are to be made by industry. That the industry needs to be sure that their investments are not in vain. So, are there any questions or comments on the part of the audience to Mr. Lützkendorf? Well, Mr. Lützkendorf, there are no questions, so you have been very clear, obviously. Well, that, I can announce Mr. Christophe Sykes. A warm welcome to you. Mr. Sykes is Director General of Construction Product Europe as an experienced expert for EU public relations work. Mr. Sykes has been working since 2003 for different European non-profit organizations, and he's based in Brussels. Since 2012, he has been working with Construction Product Europe, and in his capacity as Director General, his job consists mainly in defending and making clear the position of the industry in the context of EU lawmaking. We have been very glad to win you for a presentation here, and now the floor is yours to share your views on the construction regulation review.
As it's the normal procedure, you thank the host for the invitation. I think I'd like to go a little further this year at this event, because Germany, the German government, is the only one who organizes, takes time and dedicates resources to a very complex topic, which is construction products regulation. So thank you for the German government. I stand here with the logo of Construction Products Europe, but it's nearly 10 years now that we set up an alliance where we actually bring together the value chain, or as the new word in Brussels now is ecosystem, the construction ecosystem together, and it's together that we're presenting our views on the CPR today. You see the logos of my colleagues from the construction value chain, and it's really important to stress the hard work, and some of you have taken part in this, to really together develop a position and comments on the CPR. The advantage of coming late in the program is you can feed on what was said earlier. And your minister, and if you just allow me to step out of the CPR debate for a minute, your minister highlighted 2 points: affordability and economics. I'm well aware that we're looking at 2045 with the CPR revision, but let's not forget, as your minister said, the current situation. I represent all sectors, all family of products. Some have order books that are quite full. Some have no orders because their clients have overstocked when we were going through COVID and the price hikes in the products. So we have a very different situation across the industry, and regretfully, some sectors are actually praying, because we're in a church, this is a good word, to make it to Christmas. So the current situation, it is a very difficult one, and everywhere you turn, mortgage rates are going up. I don't mention the price of energy. So the situation for the industry at the moment is one of quite a lot of concern. Again, it was mentioned the word consumer earlier today. We rarely sell to consumers, and it's an important aspect of the industry. So, Dr. Vierlich is no longer in the room, but if we look at the 3 pillars behind all... Oh, you are here. There we are. Disappeared to you. I'm using paper, you see. I can't lose the notes. The 3 pillars, digital, green, and the regulation aspect. I just want to look at these 3 parts and mention a few achievements that we've already done. If we stick to digital, when we had the first CPR 10 years ago, the legislators, not to say the politicians, were clever enough to say manufacturers can deliver the DOP in a digital format, and they stopped it there because they knew how fast digital changes, and they just said it. So we took it to their words, and we delivered what we called smart C marking. So today, a manufacturer can, based on the standard, deliver the declaration performance in a digital format. Rarely used, but it's there. Little question, you can't help me but tease you, as we're going through the ACI process, and some of you suggested including sustainability in the ACI, should we not now already think about a digital format whilst we're revising our standards? you kill one bird with, or is it 3 birds with 1 stone? Again, on the green part, I cannot stress enough the decade of voluntary declaration in EPDs, the environmental product declarations. 10 years, it's accepted and used by the market. Let's not forget it. Let's give it some value as we look at the CPR. And last but not least, I can't prevent myself to tell you that when we were going through, and this is not Dr. Vierlich's responsibility because she only joined 6 weeks ago, but I think we went through 5 sets of consultations with the Commission. You can't blame them for not asking our opinion. And when we decided that enough was enough, and we wrote, again, the same partners, we wrote our own version of the CPR. We called it the industry proposal that we delivered to the various bodies of the EU. Okay. I first met Thomas many years ago when I was young in EU affairs, and I was amazed that he still has the same energy and dedication, and he threw a lot of concepts at you. I don't know how many of you know about levels of taxonomy, but just to throw you a few more concepts, and just to focus on one, which is refit. And basically behind refit, it says simplification of regulation. Now, if you keep that concept in mind and you read the CPR proposal, we might have some things to say to each other. Looking at the challenges, let's call them that. Again, and I really appreciated the presentation from our German colleagues because you put the CPR revision in the context. And whether it's 2045, 2035, forget the date, it will take some time to get the new CPR in place. This does not solve the issues that many of you have brought forward today, whether in the presentations or the questions. We need solutions today. As I said, the market's not... Thank you. I guess you agree. It's very easy to speak to a crowd of converted or knowledgeable people. Join me in the European Parliament or in other places. It's not so easy. The CPR, as soon as you go past the front page, it's not, it's not the top novel that you will give your family for Christmas. So it's very difficult to explain the concepts behind it, the workings, whether it's the current one or the new one. So we have an issue there. So again, the blockage now needs to be resolved, and we know the Commission is trying, but as was said by my German colleagues, we can always do better. Okay. If we look at the scope, all I have to say is read the title, construction products. We don't need services in there. This is, the CPR is there to respond to a request from member states, and things is where they are. Products are in the CPR. The last little box there is probably the most important one for us and all industries that stand behind me. It's product neutrality, technology neutrality. It should be one set of rules for all. Okay, that's what we want, and every industry agrees, and we've said this to the members of the European Parliament, we've said to the Council representative, the Member States representative when we meet them, crucial. And you may not see it in the CPR, but in other speeches and papers from the Commission, sometimes this is not the case. Okay, now, revision, we have to talk about the revision. Again, we start with the CPR for products, okay, and products placed on the market. We believe in the system. We know it's not as good as it should be. Strengthen it. Use what's there, make it better, okay? Standardization, I will sound like a parrot, but because it's said so many times today, crucial. We believe in the standardization process. It is not as what some people would say. It is labor intensive. It's a labor of love, and industry is invested heavily in this, and we believe it should work and it can work. Yes, as the presentation from Thomas, the requirements from products to buildings, it's an obvious one. Digitalization, again, it's the crucial element here. and it's a response, it's a tool, it's not an objective. If we deliver the declaration performance in a digital format, if we deliver the environmental information in digital format, then we have what the Commission will call a product passport. That feeds into the building logbook. All these terms that you may be or may not be familiar with, this is the Brussels talk, but it's the value chain working and making use of tools. And again, if we look at digital, there is a CEN technical committee, number 442, looking at this aspect for the building. So you see, digitalization, standardization, wherever you look, we have solutions and things to make it work. And of course, environmental data, I've already mentioned EPDs on numerous times. The issue we're facing now when I do these speeches is, and I heard our colleague from the Green Lobby saying eco-design. I have no issue, but we've been giving the market environmental information based on the standard for over a decade. Make use of it, dig into it, see what it gives you. And this can also be used in a digital format, and you link it to public procurement, and you know, we have solutions there, and we can make things work. Next step, of course, well, the first one's a given. We need legal certainty, especially in these troubled times. And we know, you know, the CPR is going to take some time before it's delivered. A word of warning as a lobbyist, 2024 is election year. And for those of you who were lucky enough like me to witness the birth of the current CPR, we went through 2 cycles of European elections, and that also is probably one of the causes of trouble that we have with the current CPR. So pressure's on the member states and the parliament to deliver before Christmas 2024. Otherwise, you know, we may meet again next year and talk about the CPR again. The bottlenecks have been mentioned. Again, if you look at EPBD, the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, we are currently going through the 4th revision. Do we want to do this with the CPR? So I wrote, only chance to get it right. I do believe it's the only chance. You know, I mean, the amount of investment we need into this, so we need to get it right. And again, we have lots of information, lots of examples to share, and to take it a little bit further. I had to send this presentation in about 2 weeks ago. Things move very fast. And I don't think it's yet online, but you may know or may not know of the European Social and Economic Committee. It's one of the official EU bodies. It is an advisory body. They put out their CPR position last week. You will find it soon, if not yet already, on their website. Something to read on your way home tonight. Very interesting, also a point of view of civil society. With them and with all these institutions, we need to get there very quickly. And thanks to the translators, thank you for the hard work you put in. I'm willing to take some questions if you have any. But do get involved in the process, because it's by talking to your member states, but don't forget your members of parliament. They're not here with us today, any of them. Go back, knock at the door, tell them this is going on, get interested, and if you can't understand it, ask us to help you make it right. Thank you for your attention.
Ja, vielen Dank.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sykes. You offered that you would respond to questions on the part of the audience. Are there any questions to Mr. Sykes? This is not the case. Oh, yes, there is a show of hands over there. So please wait for the microphone, and please shortly introduce yourself. And let us know what your organization is that you are representing here.
From the Brussels office of the German construction industry, and a question that struck me already on the presentation earlier is about digitalization and the building logbook or the Yeti that has never been seen. And I wonder, and it refers to both speakers, because digitalization is such a key topic for the CPR, and we really ask for machine-readable data and the DOP being put into that. I wonder if we are, with the digital logbook in the end, not having the data twice, because we have the data already in the BIM model when we built the building. And I wonder if there is a overlap, and if the Commission has seen and thought that. And I wondered your opinion, or also the previous speaker, Professor Lützkendorf, because I wasn't fast enough to ask him that question, if we're having this data twice in the end.
Thank you for the question. I always smile when I hear the BIM. The last time we counted, in the EU, the member states, we stopped at 180 BIM systems. 180 BIM systems, and we did this exercise about 6 years ago. How many BIM systems today in the EU? I don't know. Do we need 180 BIM systems? I don't think so. We need open source, as you said, machine-readable data templates that go from one step to the other. Of course, theory is you start from a product, you get to a passport, and then you build a building. Majority of work in the EU now is renovation. And let me remind you that in some studies, we're supposed to renovate a dwelling, a housing unit, every 15 minutes to reach the 2050 goals, climate goals. Okay? So you're right in the sense that if we design, but the designer then, in its system, should go and collect the DOP information, and that feeds into the system. Then, of course, you have the DOP as you design, but if we call it the logbook or the history of the building, you would also have the DOP information in there, and you would have the quantity and the location of those products that are in the building. So it would be two entryways for the DOP, but if a system is designed well enough, there would be no overlap because it would be identified as a decoration performance. I hope that answers your question. Thomas, do you want to add anything? Because it was also addressed to you.
To make it not too long, in any case, I'm ready to answer your question after this meeting here, but to give an answer to all of us, so from my point of view, it's first of all a question of information management. And we have to start with information needs of different actors to realize this. And the logbook idea is a concept to provide such information through the full life cycle of the building. So from my point of view, BIM is an instrument used typically during design stage, but later on in the logbook, you will also collect some information from operation stage, like user satisfaction, energy consumption, CO2 emissions, whatever. And from my point of view, we have to give a good service to different target groups. If you think about appraisal specialist, he will never look to a BIM. He is not well trained to interpret BIM, but he is well trained to overtake information out of a logbook. And this is a dream also to provide real estate agent and appraisal specialist with building related information through the full life cycle of the building. This is the idea, and that's why, from my point of view, like my colleague and friend, we are asking for the job sharing of different instruments. Yes?
Ja, vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. We've all been able to observe that Mr. Lützkendorf and Mr. Sykes have a similar understanding in many respects. And that's good to hear, because that's the only way to achieve something by way of common initiatives. So what it takes is an initiative between that is shared by those who represent the industry and those who represent the member states in order to make headway on digitalization. Digitalization, if I may say so, I am a user of digital technology, but I'm not an inventor of digital processes or technology. But BIM is certainly not a single solution or a golden bullet. Instead, what it takes are clever minds who are able to write and develop the necessary programs that need to be compatible. As you said, Mr. Sykes, there are too many different systems that are being offered. There is a lack of compatibility, and this is an enormous challenge. Okay. On that note, I should like to turn to the next speaker, who is Dr. Marthe-Louise Fehse and Mr. Gregor Franßen, who are going to address a topic that sounds a bit exotic, but it really isn't, namely from waste to the construction product, legal challenges to recycling in the construction sector. That's the title of their presentation. The two colleagues have asked me to make room for them on the stage, and therefore I will shortly leave the stage. As you may have suspected, Mr. Franßen is a lawyer by training, and he has also a European degree, so he is very familiar with the European way of thinking. Since 2002, he has been licensed as a lawyer and admitted to the bar, and his specialty is environmental law. Dr. Fehse also studied law in Münster and Athens, as I learned, and she took her PhD at the Technical University of Darmstadt in 2017 on the European Constructions Products Regulation. That was the topic of her doctoral thesis. And this is when our roads crossed, because you worked for a certain amount of time in a ministry, but then you established yourself as a lawyer. And waste in the construction sector is a big topic that needs to be resolved if we are going to make headway on the circular economy. This is a unique selling proposition for us to have this topic on our agenda today. So a warm welcome to the two of you, and I'll be back later on. Thank you very much.
Ja, vielen Dank, Herr Menzer, auch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Menzer, for making room for us here on stage. Well, from waste to the construction product, that sounds like a simple solution to many of our current problems. Recycling in the construction sector is a very fashionable topic right now, and that's good. At Franßen and Nusser, we deal with environmental law and with product law, and therefore Gregor Franßen and myself had the opportunity to provide consultancy on a number of different projects. And in this context, we encountered some challenges which show that it is not always as easy as all that. When we say that we need to improve the framework conditions for recycling in the construction sector, then it is worthwhile looking at the current challenges, and therefore we have brought this presentation with us today, and we have just 15 minutes time to cover this broad field. Therefore, we can broach some things only in a very fleeting way, and of course we will be able to answer your questions later on. We should just like to bring along some figures from Germany. This sound is very poor. The interpreters cannot really hear well. So the amount of waste in the construction sector in Germany amounts to almost 230 million tons. 10% of that is being disposed of, a bit is being combusted, and the rest is being recycled. That sounds good, but this number, 200 million tons in 2020, this includes also the mineral waste that is later on landfilled or used as replacement construction materials. So it's not a proper recycling in the strict term of the word. It's if you landfill things, material, it will not come out of that landfill again, so it's not a circular economy in the proper sense of the word. So the second big number for 2018 tells us that the mineral waste from dismantling and construction work is 218.8 million tons, which accounts for 95% of all dismantling and construction waste. And 73.3 million tons were recycled, and this amounts to only 12.5% of all the aggregate that is required, and therefore we still have a long way to go in order to arrive at true circular economy. A legal concept or strategy for closing that recycling loop is the end of waste, Section 5 of the Circular Economy Act, and of the waste status. This is what is laid down in European law and in the laws of all member states. And as you can see, recycling is closely tied to the end of the waste characteristic or waste status. Losing the waste status means that the material has to go through a recycling process, and at the end of this recycling process, the former waste must be usable for different purposes, which means that you process construction waste in such a way that it can be turned into a new construction product. And in view of the increasing shortage of resources, there will be a market, an increasing market for such products and for such materials. The two preconditions for losing this waste status lie in the fact that the recycled waste must meet all technical requirements and standards for the future use, that is for the second life of this material, and there must be no detrimental impact on people or the environment. So these are the two requirements where it becomes a bit tricky, and here we have a bottleneck for the circular economy here at the interface between waste and product law. And now my colleague will cover the product law requirements. Yes, the requirements under product law are important in this context. If you want to market a product, you have to ask yourself, do I need a license for doing so or an approval? So there are some formal requirements which I need not dwell on here, because you are familiar with those formal requirements anyway. So the first thing I check is there a harmonized standard, or does the product that I want to place on the market come under the scope of a harmonized standard? If the answer is yes, I can simply apply the testing procedures that are laid down in the standard, and then the user can check on the basis of the declaration of performance whether the product is suitable for the intended purpose. If the answer is no, I need a national usability certificate, or I could apply for an ETA. The usability certificates and ETA, however, take a long period of time to be finished, and therefore it's nice to have a harmonized standard where recycled products are reflected. There are harmonized standards which explicitly cover recycled products, recycled aggregate for use in concrete and mortar. For example, the new draft for the CPR provides for a simplified procedure for used and reprocessed products. However, the precondition is that there is a harmonized technical specification or a harmonized standard to open up the field of application. If I have checked that, I have to ask myself, what are the substantive requirements that need to be met by the product? In other words, what are the qualitative characteristics which the product must have in order to be usable? And the first stage is to look at the building regulations, and they do not contain so many requirements concerning recycled products, but there is Annex 10 requirements for structural facilities regarding their impact on the soil and water bodies, which lays down certain requirements for aggregates if they are to be used for specific purposes, specific parts or concrete elements. And it has turned out that these regulations involve two major challenges. First, the values for solid material are difficult to achieve by recycled products, and the values that are laid down there are values that are not aimed at preventing a hazard to the population, but they are based on the principle of precaution. In order to avert hazards, you just take the minimum levels, while threshold values that are laid down on the principle of precaution are more stringent. The administrative courts in Baden-Württemberg and Bavaria have confirmed that construction law must be aimed at averting hazards, which gives us a basis for reducing the levels or the requirements. I do not want to open the discussion on the impact of the harmonized standards. However, these regulations result in a situation where the manufacturers have to do additional testings that go beyond the requirements of the harmonized standardization standards. And this gives rise to the question as to the future of this regulation.
And then another aspect which, based on our experience, is often neglected in the discussion, although this has been mentioned several times this morning, and this is the standards for the application, for the use. So the standards for use do not provide for the use of recycled products. And this means for planners and companies that when they sign their contracts, they are, of course, obliged to stick to the generally accepted rules and state of art and the generally accepted rules of technology. And this brings us to the last end of waste rules, so that if there's no strict reference to health or environment, then the waste law itself has to say that that it has to be checked whether there is a negative impact on the environment or on people. And this is the general principle of harmless use. And this we have to think about what kind of waste do we talk, what is the future purpose of that, how can the material be used in the future use cycle, and how will it get into contact with the environment or the people, what kind of substances are contained. And the most controversial sentence is that there should not be an accumulation of harmful substances in the economic cycle. And this concept, if it is laid down in law, is still pretty abstract, and the bases are still controversial, in particular with regard to the accumulation of hazardous substances. It's not quite clear what this means, whether this is meant pretty generally, or whether it is necessary to differentiate here, whether the next use cycle differs from that a substance may be problematic when it is used for one purpose, but unproblematic when it is used for another purpose, and whether this is an absolute principle that there must never be an accumulation of harmful substances, or whether that is not so absolute. So for the end of waste concept, it would be quite good to have a measurable provision in the end. And if we have a look at the existing waste law, we have 3 end-of-waste regulations in Europe for steel and iron waste, and also for copper and similar products. But we have no end-of-waste regulations for plastics, for wood, and for others. And in Germany, there's nothing in the German legislation. And last year, there was the regulation on recycled content that was adopted. This will enter into force in Germany in 2023, next August, and this regulates the use of recycled content for roadworks. And Article 1, Para 1, Sentence 3 says that establishes certain rules for checking harmlessness for water and soil, and lays down that there must not be a harmful impact and so on. But as always in Germany, this is a very controversial concept, and this was published in the official journal. And even before it was published, the first amendments were presented, and as part and the provisions regarding the end of waste are to be deleted. And we do not yet know whether the legislator actually wants to legislate end of waste. And we, from the waste disposing industry, have to think about how we can put this abstract concept into a specific concrete form. We get a lot of guidelines, recommendations, and so on from environment agencies. But for me, that is a bit difficult, because we feel that here this regards certain serious policy issues. This regards the issue as to whether certain substances and materials are reused, recycled, or whether they are disposed of. But what we need is a democratically legitimized provisions, so legislation, and this has to be decided by the legislator. And we do not yet have any rules, ordinances by the agencies, and for the time being, we have to look at other pieces of legislation, environmental legislation, and so on, to find out whether there are any rules that govern this. And as a result of that, agencies that do not normally deal with chemicals now have to implement rules, provisions on chemicals. And and also we have to specify which materials we're talking about, so construction waste. So often this regards very old construction products that built many years ago, and when we now apply chemical, environmental requirements to these very old construction products, then we will end up often with a situation where we do not have the right technologies to really recycle these products in line with our environmental and health legislation. So we'll often have asked ourselves to what extent can we actually recycle these products, or do we have to dispose of these products? And the other question regards what will we do with future construction products? And today we can do a lot with product design and include the idea of circularity right at the beginning, at the design of new construction products. And this brings us to the conclusions. So this is a summary of the challenges that we see in this regard, and it is our recommendation that wherever it is possible and where there is a lot of experience already, our recommendation is to use the scope of the harmonized technical specifications and extend the scope of these harmonized technical specifications also to recycled products. Of course, this requires harmonized standards or specifications, but we do hope that these standards will be available, that this process will restart again. And also another possibility is to extend the scope of national standards and provisions in this regard. We also recommend to regulate hazardous substances, values and thresholds in legislation in order to create legal certainty, so that manufacturers are not confronted with values suddenly when they want to have their products approved. And we also need very clear requirements in terms of the material and when it comes to the end of waste. And this also means that we need certain certainty for investments, because companies have to establish new plants, buy and build new plants, and therefore these yardsticks have to be defined beforehand. And we also have to define clearly the degree of environment protection that we want to have when we move from one level to the next level. So many materials that will be waste will not be we will not be able to recycle them and refeed them into this cycle. They have to be downgraded to another cycle. Often health and environment requirements are formulated, often only under one aspect, and the aspect as to what this actually means for material cycles is neglected. And now concerning end of waste, well, I'm a lawyer specialized on waste. The use and recycling of waste requires waste in the first place, but the focus is on avoiding waste. That would be the best way forward. And the idea is to think about whether we could devise laws to avoid waste, and recycled, reused waste, as they are defined by the Commission, one could also define them as not being waste, and reducing waste could also be achieved through new business models, through new ways of procurement by the public sector, for example. Thank you for your attention. Well, thank you very much. I think you have very well presented the problems. It is, of course, also a national problem, even if we act under the waste framework directive. If we all have to apply that, we still have a diverging legislation in the different member states. And in Germany, the focus is on precaution, on prevention of threats. And here I want to touch on the never-ending story of this framework regulation. And there was a protocol note as a result of that. And this, which has led to an agreement between the Bundesrat and the Federal Parliament. The end of waste should lead to a separate piece of legislation for mineral wastes. That is the idea. As to whether we will actually succeed in having such a piece of legislation in Germany before the entry into force of this regulation, I don't know. So all these are issues that we will have to face and that industry will have to face. All this then has to be notified as well. And this means that there is still a lot of work ahead of us, for us, and also for you. So thank you very much. So this brings us to the home furlong. And this means that we are a little late, behind schedule. But I hope that this will not be a problem for Ms. Oel-Brettschneider. So she will talk about the position of the users. We talked a lot about the manufacturers, but we have not heard a lot about the problems of the users. So contract problems have been mentioned, problems with regard to contracts that do not meet all the requirements of the building codes, and so on. So, Ms. Oel-Brettschneider, you've been active in the construction sector since 2007. Since 2019, you are heading the Brussels office of the Central Association of the German Construction Industry. And every year on the 7th of December, you convene a similar meeting like this one here. And I hope that we will be able to take part in that this year as well. So you also worked for IOTA. And I think during that period, you also attended this conference here. And you talked about the different assessment documents that were created and that were then put on the market then. And you also worked for the DIBT, the German Institute for the Construction Sector. And so what are the expectations of the commercial users regarding the construction products regulation? So you have the floor. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being able to talk to you here. The construction sector is at the end of the creation. Because after all, we have to build the temples with the material that is available. And the ZDB welcomed the recast of the regulation, and the same holds true for our umbrella organization, the FIAC. And whether this will improve our situation and what this regulation will look like in the end, that is something that we will find out only at the end once there is the first assessment evaluation that will be 8 years after the entry into force, so 2033. So many of us probably will not be active in this field anymore, so we'll have to leave this to the young generation. The Commission proposal for the will lead to a restructuring of the whole sector of the construction products regulations. So we have to. The devil is in the detail. For the companies that are represented by our association. So most of our companies that we represent are small and medium-sized companies. So, well, the devil lies in the detail for the companies that we represent. And from what I hear from our members, another problem lies in the national implementation. The situation is difficult as it is today already, and much has been said about this Commission proposal. we construction companies work in a very complex environment. We are affected in many different ways by this recast, but I would like to limit myself to the 4 most important points regarding our expectations. But the expectations that we have are not new. We have always had them, and we can only repeat these expectations. So first of all, we want useful manufacturers' information. We want to stick with the exemptions from the performance declarations. We want no extension of the scope of the regulation, and we want to include reuse of construction products. And we are often not in conflict with the purpose of this regulation. The problem is the implementation of the system. And when we tried to buy sewage pipes to find an alternative source for such drain pipes, these orange things. We tried to procure them from the Balkan countries. It turned out that it was very difficult, and we have so many small, independent, autonomously acting bodies like the member states, the Commission, the CEN organizations, the notified bodies, and so on. They would all have to work like clockwork and cooperate like clockwork. That would be helpful for the stakeholders in the construction industry. I experienced that when I worked for IOTA. I was the machine itself, and I worked under high time pressure, and there were certain tasks for which I only had 2.5 minutes, and for an EID I only had 2.5 hours. So this is not enough time. And if a process really worked well, then this would have been enough time. And if the system really worked, it would be good for all of us. And that is why, from our ZDB association, we are pretty hesitant with regard to our expectations regarding the new regulation. We fear that alienation will only increase, and that is something that we have experienced since the 1980s, this kind of alienation. And this system leads to increased costs. The more documentation, the more testing obligations we have, and the longer the planning takes, the higher the costs will be in the end. So let's move to the first point with regard to what we demand and what we expect. We, of course, need good information from manufacturers. Well, this brings them to the harmonized zone. That would be the basis for everything. And if this doesn't work, then we don't have legal certainty. So it's the member states that are called upon here to transfer the requirements to the European level as quickly as possible. The Commission then has to act as an enabler, and with the mandate. This was completely neglected a couple of years ago, and the Commission has to act as an enabler when it comes to the legislative procedure, and CEN has to work properly. If all this is done, then the publication of such standards could follow suit very quickly. This sounds very easy, but we know in practice, this is not the case. Mr. Janik highlighted that very aptly, that this is the problem, still is the problem. We are confident that the clarifications that we now have for the harmonized zone in Article 7, or the replacement or substitute measures of the Commission, we are confident that this could help. But whether this will improve the process in the end, it is something that remains to be seen. One could have done this with the current regulation already. To achieve that, it would not have been necessary to recast the regulation and to write a new piece of legislation. But we need the standards, and they also need the additional manufacturer's information so that we have all the information that we need. We need that quickly. We need that in a complete version, as Mr. Menzer said, and we need that in a technically reliable, up-to-date way. Also, the harmonization of such information is necessary. This, however, also has to be done in a practicable way. The established environmental declaration, product declarations, according to this standard, should be available for the methods, as a methodology, but but it should also be possible to acknowledge them within the framework of the conformity assessments. And we need this information available in such a form that small companies can also handle them, so that they don't have to write a doctoral thesis about all this, so that they easily understand whether they can reuse certain materials. So the digital is could be very helpful here, and we would also support the performance certificates, making them available in a digitalized way. And it should be made as easy as possible for our companies, namely that you have a smartphone and an app, and you get a green light on that very easy, very quickly. So while these are our dreams, of course, everybody is allowed to dream. And with BIM, using that across the bench, there are 180 BIM systems in the construction sector. And there are construction companies that are not so well advanced when it comes to digitalization. So this could also amount to an obstacle to the single market. Then Article 10(1)(b), exemptions from the declaration of performance. Here, the practice has shown that the interpretation of the exemptions that are included in the current regulation were originally intended as a clarification, but in practice, this has led to a lot of confusion and also to injustice. But however, we have not come up with anything better. Article 2, the extension and the exemptions themselves, this is closely linked to each other. We are convinced that Article 2, para 1c, if this remains in the draft, then it will become even more difficult for us to explain that we are exempted from a declaration of performance, and we fear, the problem is that there's more automatization, more digitalization, more environment friendliness, and so on. And if we have too many details in a regulation that covers too many details regarding modular construction, regarding many other aspects, so too many details could obstruct the work on a construction site. And so informative information from the manufacturers. We said that before, and we feel that the ministry supports us in this. They have highlighted that as well. And then also extending the scope so this has to be deleted again. The construction products regulation is to lead to legal certainty with regard to this, the characteristics of a construction product. Construction companies are not manufacturers, and they are not lawyers, so they simply have to be able to handle such products. And so the products that are designed and produced right at the construction site, and this is not a construction product, this is a service. And our companies are trained for doing construction services, and that is what they are experts in, and that is what they are liable for. And so there's no need for Article 2, Para 1C in the new draft. And in this connection, here we also consulted our French counterparts, and here we see a need for a strict delimitation between construction projects and construction services. So maybe one could add something to this effect into this draft. We are still reluctant to make a proposal, a suggestion, because we fear that we may make the proposal worse. The last point is construction projects in the circular economy. So we heard that already. We should think more of the future and act accordingly, because we want to save our climate and our world. So that the Green Deal actually becomes reality in the built environment. We now have the Eco-Design Directive, and we included that into the language of the regulation. But we have some doubts as to whether this will actually turn out to be a catalyst for green building. So if I enshrine a complicated system into this new regulation, because I have different performance requirements for recycled products and so on, then this will make matters even more difficult. And as soon as I turn recycled or used products into a recycled or a new product, then I don't have to name it a recycled product and define new requirements for that, because it is simply a new product. And we want to increase the recyclability and the circularity of construction projects, but we fear that there will be so much bureaucracy as a result of such legislation that this will lead to a decline in the use of recycled products. And the eco-design regulation, so we do have some hope that there will not be a duplication of work with the eco-design regulation. We hope that the legislator will pay attention to that, but it is not an easy topic. And Article 84, this is contracting out. This is tendering, inviting for tenders. That is, again, a difficult issue. We also talked with the French associations and thought about whether it wouldn't be better with regard to the circularity aspect to keep that out of the recast of the regulation, but first of all to wait for a more comprehensive way of dealing with circularity for the construction sector as a whole, waste and so on, and to create an understandable and affordable framework for circularity, making it easier to reuse and recycle materials. Well, maybe one could have a separate legal instrument for that, because so the circularity aspects, the aspects of recycling could be regulated maybe in a better way in a separate legal instrument. We also ask ourselves whether the eco-design regulation, this focuses more on consumers, as to whether aspects like the traffic light system, which we know from washing machines, for example, whether that is really so useful to include that into the construction products regulation. So we would advocate a deletion of Article 22.5, because we say it always depends on the use. We always have to look first at what do we use this construction product for, and not that people buy a certain paint because it's marked with A, because then in the end they may end up with a paint for the outside of their house that they then use in the inside, or the other way around. So I hope I was fast enough. Yes, that was very fast, and slow enough for the interpreters. Well, depends on the listeners. I'm pretty skeptical, but do not fear. We will continue constructing houses because that is what we are good at. Thank you.
Frau Oel-Brettschneider, ich wollte Sie.
Mrs. Oel-Brettschneider, I did not mean to push you, nor did I want to cut you short. So there is certainly time for some questions, if there are any. There is nobody, obviously. And this brings us, thank you once again, this brings us to the end of today's agenda. So the message is we nevertheless continued building. This was almost a kind of a closing remark. Thank you very much for that, Mrs. Oel-Brettschneider. And this is really typical of the construction industry. They go on building despite all the obstacles and impediments, and this is indeed a tremendous challenge. The level of complexity is ever increasing globally and in the building sector in particular. This is what we notice in our job, and I'm sure that you share that feeling. There are so many requirements that we couldn't even have conceived of 10 years ago. We have enormous challenges in the building sector. We have skyrocketing prices. The renovation wave that we need must be implemented somehow. Where do we take the funds? Where do we take the material for all this renovation work? And on the other hand side, it means that there is still a lot of work to do for the building industry. And this is our job to take you along on this ambitious journey towards climate neutrality. And the building sector is an enormous a sector that has an enormous role to play in this context of climate neutrality. The construction sector is responsible for a large part of CO2 and greenhouse gas emissions, and therefore we still have a lot to do. Make it simple is certainly a motto that should always be borne in mind. It's not easy for the Commission, but from our domestic regulatory and legislative projects, I can only tell you that keep it simple is often easier said than done. There are people who come and say this and this and this needs to be included in the Energy Efficiency for Buildings Act. So this is not so easy, but I hope and wish that you will continue to accept the challenges involved. This is what we do at the ministerial level, at least. The law governing construction products is an area where we share many views, and this has become clear to me during today's discussions. And a lot depends on the individuals involved, how they communicate with each other, how they interact with each other when it comes to finding pragmatic solutions. This is what we need. This is something that we have done for decades, and even in these modern times when decisions must be taken within a matter of a few hours, we should rely on that communication and strive for pragmatic solutions. And it's not always just a matter of being right or having the law on one side. Instead, you have to strive for pragmatic solutions, because these are problems that we have to contend with on a daily basis. Well, thank you very much for this warm applause. I wish you fruitful insights that you will hopefully share with us. We will certainly remain in touch with you all, and we will continue standing up for Germany's interests in Brussels, and we will be back in 1 year's time at the latest, and then we'll see what progress the draft CPR has made. It remains to be seen whether by that time we will have already a compromise version on the table. Looking at Mrs. Knapton-Vierlich, I say, well, let's wait and see. You should at least take the time that you need in order to find a good compromise. Having said that, I wish you a good time. Merry Christmas already, and all the best for the next year. And make sure that you stay healthy and do not let yourself be infected by COVID-19. So stay healthy, and together with you, we'll build on our efforts for an improved and revised CPR. Have a safe trip home. Meeting is concluded.